A warm welcome to the channel. Tonight I have not one story for you but many. A long and unhurried night of them, gathered from the shadows of a single great city and the long life of the man who watches over it in the dark. We are going to spend the next several hours drifting together through the tales of the Batman, story after story, each one told slowly and softly, so that you never have to hold on to any of it, so that you can simply let each tale wash over you and carry you a little further down towards sleep. So make yourself comfortable now and let the whole of the day go. If these slow, quiet stories from the long shadow of the dark night are the kind of thing that helps you drift off, you might leave a gentle like before you go, and perhaps tell me down in the comments where in the world you are listening from tonight. The boy's name was Bruce, and he was the only child of Thomas and Martha Wayne, one of the oldest and wealthiest families in the city of Gotham. His father was a doctor, a good one, a man who might have lived a life of comfortable ease and instead chose to spend himself on the city he loved, tending the poor in the worst of its neighborhoods and giving away his fortune nearly as fast as it came in. His mother was gentle and clever and kind, remembered by everyone who knew her for her warmth, and between the two of them they made for the boy a childhood as safe and golden as any child has ever known. In the great old house on the hill above the city, with its long halls and its warm fires, and its sense that nothing bad could ever really reach so far. There was a butler in that great house, an Englishman named Alfred, who had served the family for many years and who loved the boy quietly and completely, and there were long summer days on the grounds of the estate, and evenings by the fire, and all the small, ordinary happinesses that a loved child gathers up without ever knowing how precious they are. The boy had no reason to think the world was anything but good, and for a few short years it was, and that is the thing to hold on to as we go forward into the dark, that before everything else there was this, a little boy who was loved and safe and happy in a warm house above a sleeping city. It ended on a single night, as these things so often do. The family had gone out together to the pictures to see a film, and afterward, rather than wait for the car, they walked, the three of them, out into the cool evening and down a narrow side street that was a shortcut home. It was quiet there and dim, the tall buildings leaning close overhead, and out of the shadows ahead of them, a man stepped into their path, a desperate man with a gun in his shaking hand, and he asked for their money and for the string of pearls at Martha's throat. What happened next happened very fast, in the space of only a few seconds, the way the worst things always do. There was a struggle, or a panic, or simply a trembling finger on a trigger, and the gun went off, once and then again, and Thomas Wayne fell, and then Martha, and the pearls of her necklace broke and scattered across the wet pavement, each small white bead bouncing and rolling away into the dark, and the boy stood there between his fallen parents, untouched, unharmed, spared for no reason at all, too young and too stunned even to cry out, as the man with the gun turned and fled into the night, and the sound of his footsteps faded, and then there was only silence, and the boy, and the two people he loved most in all the world, lying still on the ground beneath the pale wash of a distant streetlight. They found him there some time later, still kneeling, and a kind police officer wrapped a coat around his shoulders, and somewhere in the long blur of that terrible night, the old butler came for him and took him home to the empty house on the hill. But the boy who came home was not quite the same boy who had left, for something had closed inside him and would not open again, and in the days and weeks that followed, as the great house echoed around him, and the world tried to comfort a grief too large for comforting, he made himself a promise. standing at the graves of his mother and father, or alone in his room in the dark. He swore that he would spend the whole of his life fighting the kind of evil that had taken them, that no other child would ever have to kneel in an alley the way he had, and that he would give up everything else, every ordinary happiness, to keep that promise. It was a terrible vow for a grieving child to make, and the sorrow of the whole long story that follows is that he kept it faithfully and completely for the rest of his days. He grew up strange and solitary and driven, the boy in the big house, tended by the faithful Alfred, who watched with quiet dread as the child organized his entire self around a single purpose. And when he was old enough, Bruce Wayne did something no one expected, for he left Gotham altogether and vanished from the world for many years, traveling to the far corners of the earth in secret, teaching himself everything a person could possibly need to wage the war he had promised to wage. He studied under masters of the martial arts in distant mountain temples, learned the sciences of the detective and the chemist, trained his body and his mind to the very edge of what a human being can achieve, learned to track and to fight and to endure, to pick any lock and read any clue and vanish from a locked room, driving himself always past the point where an ordinary person would have stopped. For years he wandered and trained and hardened himself, and slowly he became something formidable, perhaps the finest fighter and the finest detective alive. And yet even then he did not feel ready, for he had the skills of his war, but not its shape, not the thing that would let one man strike fear into the hearts of a whole city's worth of criminals. And so at last he came home, back to Gotham, back to the great empty house, and there he sat late one night in his father's study, wounded from an early and clumsy attempt to fight the city's crime as an ordinary man, bleeding and exhausted, and wondering how he could ever be enough, how he could become more than a single vulnerable person against so vast a darkness. He wished, he thought to himself in that dark study, that he could become a creature of the night, something that would make the guilty and the cruel afraid the way they made others afraid. And as if in answer to the thought, there came a sudden sound at the window, and a great bat came crashing through the glass out of the darkness and wheeled once around the room and settled before him. And Bruce Wayne looked at it, this thing out of the night, this shape that had frightened him as a child, and something turned over inside him, and he understood. Criminals were a superstitious and cowardly lot, he thought. He would become a bat. He would take the very fear that had lived in him since that night in the alley, and he would forge it into a weapon and aim it at the darkness, and he would become the thing that the wicked feared in the dark. And so the Batman was born, not out of the murder alone, but out of that quiet decision made in a wounded man's study, the decision to become a symbol, a shadow, a living nightmare in the service of the good. He built himself a costume of grey and black and midnight blue, with a long scalloped cape like the wings of a bat, and a cowl that hid all but his jaw and gave him two pointed ears against the sky. And beneath the great old house, in a vast natural cavern he had discovered as a boy when he fell through the earth into a world of bats, he built himself a secret headquarters, a cave from which to wage his war. The faithful Alfred, seeing that he could not talk the young man out of it, chose instead to stand beside him, to stitch his wounds and keep his secret and worry over him for the rest of their lives together, the one constant warmth in the long cold war that was beginning. Those first nights were hard and uncertain, a lone figure learning his trade against a city that did not yet know to fear him, and the criminals who first glimpsed the strange bat-shaped thing dropping on them out of the dark hardly knew what to make of it, this silent creature that struck and vanished and left them bound for the police with no memory of how they had been taken. But word spread, as he had known it would, whispered from cell to cell and corner to corner, that there was something new in Gotham now, something that hunted the hunters. And slowly the fear he had hoped for began to grow, a cold prickle at the back of every guilty neck, a reason to glance up at the rooftops and the shadows and wonder what might be watching. There was one man in the city, in those early days, who was not a criminal, a lone honest police officer in a department rotten with corruption, a weary and decent man named James Gordon, who was trying, almost alone, to do his job in a place that punished honesty. And though the law said that the strange masked figure was himself a criminal, a vigilante to be caught and stopped, Gordon came slowly to understand that the two of them wanted the same thing, and a quiet and careful trust grew up between the honest cop and the man in the mask. Two exhausted souls doing an impossible job, meeting in the dark to share what they knew, each trusting the other in a city where trust was hard to come by. It would become one of the great friendships of the Batman's long life, that bond between the detective in the cowl and the honest man with the badge. And so it began, the long war, the endless nights, the lone dark figure moving across the rooftops of a troubled city while its people slept below, watching over them, taking their fear onto himself so that they might rest a little easier. He had made himself into exactly what he had set out to become, a guardian and a terror, a grieving child grown into a legend, and though he could not know it yet, his war would draw out of the shadows a whole gallery of strange and broken and frightening figures to oppose him, and would fill the years ahead with sorrow and wonder in equal measure. But all of that was still to come. On those first nights there was only the man, and the cave, and the faithful old butler, and the great dark city spread out below, and the promise, kept and kept and kept again, that he would stand between the innocent and the night. For a long time the Batman fought his war alone, a solitary shadow with no one beside him but the faithful old butler in the cave, and he told himself that was how it had to be, that his was a lonely road, and that anyone who walked it with him would only be put in danger. But loneliness is a heavy thing to carry, even for so strong a man, and one night, at a circus that had come to Gotham, the war he had chosen brought him, quite unexpectedly, a son. The circus was a bright and gaudy thing, full of light and music, and the smell of sawdust, and the great draw of it, the act everyone came to see, was a family of acrobats called the Flying Graysons, a mother and a father and their young son, who flew through the air high above the crowd without a net beneath them, trusting only their own hands and each other. The boy was called Dick, and he was perhaps 8 or 9 years old, and he had grown up in that circus, tumbling before he could properly walk, and he loved it, the flying and the crowds and the traveling life, loved his parents with the whole uncomplicated love of a happy child. He was, in his way, exactly what Bruce Wayne had once been, a child who was loved and safe and did not know that the world could ever be otherwise. Bruce Wayne happened to be in the audience that night, in his guise as the careless millionaire, and so he was there, watching when it happened. For the circus was being menaced by a gangster, a man who demanded protection money from the show and had been refused, and to make an example he had ordered one of his men to weaken the ropes of the trapeze, quietly, so that no one would know. And so, before the whole watching crowd, before the eyes of their own child, the elder Graysons swung out into the air one last time, and the frayed ropes gave way, and they fell, and the crowd's gasp turned to screams, and in an instant the boy's whole golden world was gone, exactly as Bruce's had been, in a single unbearable moment he had been powerless to prevent. Bruce Wayne, sitting in that crowd, felt the years fall away, felt himself once more a small boy kneeling in a dark alley, and he knew, looking at the stunned and shattered child, exactly what was happening inside him, the closing over, the terrible cold, the beginning of a grief that could curdle into something dark and lonely if it were left to fester. And he made a decision, then and there, that he would not let that happen, that this one child, at least, would not have to face the darkness alone the way he had. And so Bruce Wayne took the orphaned boy into his home, became his guardian, brought him up the hill to the great old house, and the empty halls that had known no child's voice for so long heard one again. It was not simple, of course, for the boy was grieving and angry and wild with the need to do something, anything, about the men who had killed his parents, and Bruce recognized that hunger too, for it was his own, and so, carefully, and against a great deal of his own better judgment, he did something he had never planned to do. He told the boy his secret, showed him the cave beneath the house, and the costume and the war, and he offered to train him, to give his grief a shape and a purpose, to make him a partner in the mission, rather than let him burn himself out alone. It was a risk, and perhaps a selfish one, and the faithful Alfred worried over it terribly, but it was also, in its way, an act of love, one grieving soul reaching out to another and saying, "You do not have to carry this by yourself." And so the boy trained, and he was a natural, of course, an acrobat since infancy, quick and fearless and gifted, and Bruce poured into him everything he had learned in all his years of wandering, the fighting and the detective work and the discipline. And in time the boy took a costume of his own, but where the Batman was all grey shadow and darkness, the boy's costume was bright, red and green and gold, a splash of colour and daylight, and he took a name to match, calling himself Robin, after the bird that heralds the coming of the spring. He was meant to be exactly that, a herald of spring, a warmth and a brightness in the cold, dark war, and that is precisely what he became. For here is the wonderful thing that happened, the thing Bruce had not entirely expected. The boy did not darken. He grieved and he healed, and he came out the other side of his sorrow, not cold and lonely but warm and whole, laughing as he swung out over the rooftops, delighting in the flying, bringing a lightness to the grim mission that it had never had before. And that lightness worked its way back into Bruce himself, thawed something in him that had been frozen since his own parents died, so that having the boy at his side made him, for the first time in many years, a little less alone, a little less lost, a little more human. The child he had taken in to save had, in a quiet way, begun to save him back. They became a famous pair, the dynamic duo the newspapers called them, the dark man and the bright boy, moving together across the rooftops of Gotham, and their partnership was built on a genuine and deepening love, a father and a son who had each lost everything and found, in each other, a new kind of family. The boy gave the man someone to protect and to teach and to come home to. The man gave the boy a purpose and a home and a steady hand on his shoulder, and for years they fought side by side, and the cave beneath the house was no longer a lonely place, but the headquarters of a family, and there was laughter in it now, and the sound of the boy's voice, and something that felt, against all odds, like happiness. Nothing golden lasts unchanged forever, of course, and the boy did not stay a boy. He grew, as children do, into a young man, and a young man cannot remain a sidekick forever, cannot live always in the shadow of the one who raised him. And there came a time, as there had to, when Dick Grayson needed to step out from beneath the great dark wing and become something of his own. It was not an easy parting, and there was hurt on both sides, for Bruce did not always know how to let go, and the young man did not always know how to leave. Two proud and wounded people who loved each other and did not always know how to say so. But leave he did in the end, and he made his own way and became a hero in his own right, under a new name and a new costume, no longer the boy wonder, but a man fully grown, respected and beloved, watching over a city of his own. And that, in a way, is the most hopeful thing in all the long saga of the Batman, for the boy he took in from the wreckage of that circus grew up whole. He did not become another grieving, lonely creature of the night. He became a warm and steady and happy man, one who had known the worst the world could do and had come through it into the light, largely because someone had reached out to him in his darkest hour and refused to let him face it alone. The lesson of it, quiet and unspoken beneath the adventures, is that grief need not harden into stone, that a child taken in and loved can heal, that the cycle of sorrow can be broken. Bruce Wayne could not save himself from what he had become, but he could save the boy, and he did, and there is a great tenderness in that. They remained close, the two of them, across all the years that followed, the bond between them never truly broken, however far the young man travelled, or however sharply they sometimes quarrelled, for the thing between them ran deeper than any argument. The boy would always be, in some essential way, the closest thing to a true son that Bruce Wayne ever had, the first of the lost children he would gather to himself over the years, and the one who came through best, the proof that his terrible war could sometimes produce something gentle and good. And on the rooftops of two different cities, the dark man and the man who had once been the bright boy watched over their people through the long nights, bound forever by a grief they had shared and a healing they had found together. So let that be the first gift of the night, the story of the lonely man who took in a grieving child and, in trying to save him, was a little saved himself. And carry it gently down with you as we go, the image of the bright boy laughing as he flew out over the rooftops, and let it warm you before we turn, as we must, to darker and stranger tales, and meet the first and greatest of the shadows that his war would call up out of the dark. Every light casts a shadow, and the brighter the light, the darker the shadow it throws. And so it was perhaps inevitable that a figure like the Batman, so disciplined and so grim and so devoted to order, would call up out of the darkness an enemy who was his perfect opposite in every way. This is the story of how that enemy came to be, or at least the story he sometimes tells, for the truth of it can never quite be pinned down, and that uncertainty is itself a part of the horror. This is the story of the birth of the Joker. Before he was the Joker, in the version of the tale most often whispered, he was an ordinary man, a nobody, a failed comedian who could not make anyone laugh, scraping by at the very bottom of the city, with a young wife he loved, and a child on the way, and no money at all to care for them. He had given up a steady job at a chemical plant to chase his hopeless dream of making people laugh. And now the dream had failed, and the bills were mounting, and the fear was closing in, and in his desperation, he let himself be talked into helping two criminals with a robbery, agreeing to guide them through the very plant where he had once worked, in exchange for enough money to give his family a fresh start. He did not want to do it. He was a gentleman, by most accounts, frightened and out of his depth. But he was desperate, and desperation makes people do things they would never otherwise do. Then, on the very eve of the robbery, the worst possible news came, that his young wife and their unborn child had died in a sudden household accident, and the man was destroyed, hollowed out, wanting nothing now but to crawl away and grieve. But the criminals would not let him out of the deal, and they forced him to go through with it anyway. Half mad with grief, dressed in a red hood and cloak that the gang made their inside men wear so that no one would know their faces. And so, numb and broken and disguised as a masked criminal he had never wanted to be, he was led into the chemical plant on the night that would unmake him. It went wrong, as these things do. The alarms sounded, the guards came, and in the chaos and the gunfire, the two criminals were killed, and the frightened man in the red hood found himself confronted, suddenly, by a terrifying shape out of the darkness, the Batman himself, descending on the scene. Blind with panic, not knowing what else to do, the man ran and stumbled, and in his terror he plunged over a railing and down into a great vat of chemical waste, and was swept away through the pipes and out into the drainage canal beyond. And Batman, reaching for him, was a heartbeat too late to catch him. The man did not drown. He dragged himself, gasping, from the filthy water at the edge of the canal, alive, and at first he thought he had somehow survived unharmed. But when he pulled the red hood from his head and saw his reflection in the water, he began to understand what the chemicals had done. His skin had been bleached to a corpse-like white, his lips stained a livid red, his hair turned a sickly green, so that he looked now like some ghastly clown, some grinning parody of a man. And something else had changed, something deeper and worse, for the shock of it all, the grief and the terror and the ruin of his face, seems to have broken whatever was left of his mind, and where the frightened, gentle man had been, there was now only a rising, cackling laughter, mad and empty and cold. That, at least, is the story he sometimes tells, and it is a genuinely sad one. The tale of an ordinary decent man ground down by one unbearable day into a monster. But here is the thing that makes him so much more frightening than any ordinary villain, for he does not always tell it the same way, and he freely admits that he is not sure it is true. If he must have a past, he says, he prefers it to be multiple choice. His memory, he says, is unreliable. The details shift and change. Perhaps it happened that way, and perhaps it did not. And Batman, for all his genius as the world's greatest detective, has never once been able to discover the man's real name, or his true history, or the face that lay beneath the paint before that night. The Joker is a man with no past you can trust, and no true self you can find, a laughing blank where a person ought to be, and that emptiness is the most disturbing thing about him. What is certain is what he became and what he believes. For the Joker took from his own ruin a terrible idea, a philosophy that he has spent the whole of his existence trying to prove, which is that the only thing separating a sane and decent person from a raving lunatic is one sufficiently bad day. He had a bad day, he says, and it made him what he is, and he insists that anyone at all, even the best and kindest soul, could be pushed over the same edge if you only pushed hard enough. He is not a thief, not really, not a man who wants money or power in any ordinary sense. What he wants is to prove that the whole idea of goodness and order and sanity is a fragile joke, that underneath it everyone is just as broken as he is, and that all it takes to reveal it is the right terrible day. And so he set about his work, and the crimes of the Joker are the stuff of nightmares, cruel and theatrical and utterly without ordinary reason, murders committed not for gain, but as some vast and empty joke, victims left with ghastly grins stretched across their faces by a poison of his own devising. He kills without hatred and without pleasure in the ordinary sense, the way a bored and cruel child might, and that absence of any human motive makes him more frightening than the angriest or greediest villain could ever be. For there is nothing to bargain with, nothing to appeal to, no reason that can be reasoned against. He is chaos given a human shape and a painted smile, and he was, from almost the beginning, the perfect enemy for the man who had built his whole life around order and control. Because that is what the Joker truly is, in the end. The Batman's exact and terrible opposite, the dark answer to everything the Batman is. Where the Batman is disciplined, the Joker is wild. Where the Batman is grim and silent, the Joker laughs. Where the Batman is bound by a single unbreakable rule never to take a life, the Joker kills as freely as breathing. The two of them are locked together like the two halves of some terrible whole, order and chaos, and each seems almost to need the other, to be defined by the other, so that their war has never really been about crime at all, but about something deeper, a lifelong argument over whether the world means anything, whether people can be good, whether order can hold against the dark. And there is a strange and awful bond between them because of it, for Batman will not kill the Joker, though the whole world would forgive him if he did, though he knows with total certainty that every time the Joker escapes he will laugh and kill again. He holds to his one great rule even here, even against this, because he understands that the day he breaks it, even for the best reason imaginable, even to end this one monster, he will have lost the thing that separates him from the darkness, and the grieving child in the alley will be gone for good. And the Joker knows this, and treasures it, and taunts him with it, delighting in the knowledge that he has made his greatest enemy into his own protector, the one man in the world guaranteeing that the killing will go on. So they circle each other, endlessly, across the years, the man of order and the man of chaos, the one who will not kill and the one who cannot stop, neither able to truly defeat the other, neither willing to become the other, bound together in a dance that neither one seems able to end. It is a strange and terrible relationship, the darkest and most important in the whole of the Batman's long life, and it began, or perhaps did not begin, on a single bad night at a chemical plant, when a frightened man in a red hood fell into a vat of poison and climbed out something else, or when he did not, and only says he did. The truth is lost, if there ever was a truth, drowned in that chemical vat along with whoever the man used to be, and only the laughter remains, echoing down the years. Let that shadow pass over you now and move on, for it is not a story to dwell in, and the night ahead holds gentler and sadder tales than this. Let the laughter fade into the dark where it belongs, and let us turn instead to a very different kind of enemy, a man whose crimes were born not of chaos and emptiness, but of love, and of grief, and of a cold that never thawed. Not all of the Batman's enemies are monsters of chaos, and some of the saddest stories in all his long history belong to those who were driven to their crimes not by madness or greed, but by love, and by a grief so deep it froze the heart inside them. There is no gentler or more sorrowful tale in the whole of the gallery than that of the man they call Mr. Freeze, and on a quiet night it is a story worth telling slowly, for beneath its cold surface it is really a love story, and one of the tenderest the Batman ever knew. Once, before the ice, he was an ordinary man named Victor Freeze, a brilliant scientist, quiet and serious and devoted to his work, and above all devoted to his wife, a gentle woman named Nora, whom he loved more than his own life. She was, by every account, the light of his existence, the one warmth in a life that had otherwise been cold and lonely, for he had been a solitary child, drawn always to the still and frozen things of the world, and it was Nora who had thawed him, Nora who had shown him that his heart could love. And then, in the cruelest of turns, Nora fell ill, gravely ill, with a rare and terrible disease for which there was no cure, and Victor was told that the woman he loved was going to die. But Victor Fries was a scientist, and he could not simply accept it, could not simply let her go. And so he did the only thing his grief and his genius could conceive, freezing her, gently, carefully, suspending her at the very edge of death in a chamber of ice, halting the progress of the illness, keeping her preserved and unchanging, while he searched, with all the desperate energy of a man racing against the loss of everything, for a cure that might one day bring her back. He worked without rest, in secret, funded by a cold and uncaring company that did not understand what he was doing and did not care, and for a time it seemed that love and science together might just be enough to save her. Then came the accident that made him what he is. His employer, discovering the unauthorized work, tried to stop him, and in the struggle the equipment was damaged, the chemicals spilled, and Victor was caught in a catastrophe of his own freezing science, his body flooded with the very cold he had been using to preserve his wife. He did not die, but he was changed, utterly and forever. His body altered so that it could no longer survive at any ordinary human temperature, so that he could only live now in the deep and bitter cold, sealed inside a special suit that kept him frozen, unable ever again to feel warmth against his skin, unable ever again to touch or be touched by another living person without the barrier of the ice between them. Imagine it for a moment as you lie there warm beneath your blankets. Imagine a man who can never again feel warmth, not the warmth of the sun, not the warmth of a fire, not the warmth of another person's hand, a man for whom warmth itself has become deadly, and who carries, frozen in a chamber somewhere, the one person he ever loved, still dying, still just out of reach. The cold that took his body seems to have reached his heart as well, for the Victor Fries who emerged from that accident was a changed man, calm and precise and terribly, quietly ruthless, his warmth all spent, nothing left in him now but the cold and the single frozen purpose of saving his wife. And so he became a criminal, this gentle scientist, turning his genius toward a weapon that could freeze anything solid, robbing and stealing not out of any love of crime, but to fund his endless, desperate search for the cure that would let him wake his Nora at last. Everything he does, every cold and calculated theft, every clash with the Batman in the frozen ruin of some laboratory or vault, is in service of that one buried warmth, the woman he keeps frozen and will not let die, will not let go. He is a villain, and his crimes are real, and yet it is almost impossible to hate him, for beneath the ice and the cruelty there beats, still, however faintly, the heart of a man who simply could not bear to lose the person he loved. There is a moment in the most famous telling of his story that captures the whole sorrow of him. He speaks, in a cold and level voice, of what he has become, and he says that he can no longer even weep, that the tears would freeze before they fell, and that all he has left of feeling is a memory of warmth, and the frozen woman he carries with him, and the cold, endless quiet of a heart that can no longer thaw. It is one of the saddest things any of the Batman's enemies has ever said, and it lingers, that image of a man who cannot cry, because the cold would freeze his tears, and who goes on, year after year, committing his quiet crimes in the name of a love that the whole world has forgotten, but that he cannot and will not ever release. And here is where the Batman comes into the story, and where it becomes, in its own way, beautiful. For of all the people in Gotham, it is the grim and frightening Batman who understands Victor Fry's best. For the Batman too lost the people he loved. The Batman too built his whole life around a grief he could not release. The Batman too knows what it is to be frozen forever in a single moment of loss. And so, when they clash, there is a strange compassion in the way the Batman treats his frozen enemy, a recognition, a sorrow, the sense of one grieving soul looking at another and seeing, in the cold reflection, something painfully familiar. The Batman fights him and stops his crimes, and yet never quite gives up on him, never quite stops hoping that the man inside the ice might somehow be reached, might somehow be healed. It is a story without any easy ending, for the cure is never quite found, and Nora sleeps on in her chamber of ice, and Victor goes on with his cold and lonely war, and the sorrow of it never fully lifts. But there is a kind of terrible beauty in a love that will not die, in a man who gives up everything, his warmth, his freedom, his very humanity, rather than let go of the person he loves. And the story asks us, gently, to hold two things at once, to condemn what he does and to grieve for why he does it, to see the villain and the broken, loving man both, and to understand that they are the same. Beneath the ice, the heart of Victor Fries goes on beating for his Nora, frozen and faithful and unwilling to stop, and there are few sadder or more tender things in all the long-shadowed history of the Batman. Let the cold of that story melt gently away now, and let its sorrow settle into something soft, for grief, held long enough and gently enough, can become a kind of quiet, and there is no need to carry the sharp edge of it down into sleep. And as the frost fades, let us turn to another good man broken by tragedy, a friend of the Batman's this time, a shining figure who fell from the very heights of the city into the dark, undone not by cold but by fire, and by the cruel splitting of a single soul in two. In the early days of the Batman's war, when the city was still ruled from the shadows by old and powerful crime families, there were three people who stood against that darkness and dared to believe Gotham could be saved. There was the Batman himself, fighting in the shadows. There was the honest police officer, James Gordon, fighting within the law. And there was a third, a young and brilliant district attorney named Harvey Dent, fighting in the courts. And of the three of them, it was Harvey who seemed to shine the brightest, and Harvey who fell the furthest. Harvey Dent was everything a city could hope for in a champion, young and handsome and fearless, with a smile the newspapers loved, and a courage that never seemed to waver. He had come up out of a hard and troubled childhood to become the law's brightest hope, the man who would take Gotham back from the gangsters, not with fists in the dark, but openly in the light, through the courts and the law. And the people believed in him, and so did the Batman. For the two of them, along with Gordon, formed a secret pact, an alliance of the city's three great defenders, agreeing to work together to bring down the old crime families once and for all, the vigilante and the cop and the crusading lawyer, each fighting the same war from a different corner. For a while it worked, and it was a genuinely hopeful thing, that alliance, the closest the Batman ever came in those early years to believing that his war might actually be won, that the city might actually be healed and made whole. Harvey Dent was the heart of it, the public face of the fight, the proof that Gotham could save itself in the daylight, and there was a real friendship between him and Bruce Wayne, and a real trust between him and the Batman. Two men who wanted the same clean city and were willing to give everything for it. Harvey had a habit, a small quirk, of carrying an old lucky coin that had belonged to his troubled father, flipping it before a hard decision, though the coin was honest, two-headed, and always came up the same. But there was a strain in Harvey Dent that few could see, a crack running through the shining surface, the mark of that hard childhood and the pressure of the fight, and something darker underneath, a temper, a second self he kept carefully locked away. And the crime families could see that the young district attorney was the real threat, the one who might actually undo them, and so they set out to destroy him. It came to a head in a courtroom during a trial, when a mob boss he was prosecuting produced a hidden container of acid and flung it across the room into Harvey Dent's face, searing and destroying one whole side of it, leaving the other side untouched and handsome as ever, so that the golden champion of the city was left with a face that was half a man's and half a horror. But it was not the ruin of his face that destroyed Harvey Dent. It was what the ruin did to the crack that was already inside him, for the trauma of it, the pain and the disfigurement and everything it stirred up from that dark childhood, split his mind along the very same line the acid had split his face, and the second self he had kept locked away all those years broke free at last. The good and brilliant Harvey Dent did not simply die, he was joined, and then overwhelmed, by another Harvey, a bitter and violent and lawless one, and the man who had spent his life upholding the law became a criminal, a figure of vengeance and chaos, who called himself now by the name the newspapers gave him, Two-Face. And here is the detail that makes Two-Face one of the most tragic and haunting of all the Batman's enemies, the thing that sets him apart. He could no longer trust his own judgment. This man who had once stood as the very embodiment of justice could no longer tell his good impulses from his terrible ones, could no longer choose between right and wrong, because the two halves of him were forever at war, and so he surrendered the choice to chance. He took that old lucky coin of his father's, and he scarred one of its two identical faces, so that now it had a clean side and a ruined side, and from then on he made his every decision by the flip of it, letting the spinning coin decide who would live and who would die, killing on the ruined side and sparing on the clean, having given up his own broken conscience to the blind mercy of fate. There is something almost unbearably sad in that. A man who had once been the law itself, now letting a coin decide the difference between murder and mercy, because the part of him that once knew good from evil had been burned away, and he no longer trusted what remained. And for the Batman, the fall of Harvey Dent was one of the great sorrows and the great failures of his life. For Harvey had been his friend, his ally, his hope, the proof that the war could be won cleanly, in the daylight, and to lose him to the darkness was to lose a piece of that hope forever. It taught the Batman a hard lesson about how thin the line is, how easily even the best and brightest can fall, how quickly a champion can become a monster, and yet the Batman never gave up on him, not entirely, not ever, because he had known the man Harvey Dent had been, had seen his goodness and his courage, and he could not quite believe that it was all gone, that there was nothing left of his friend beneath the scars and the madness. And so, across all the years that followed, whenever they clashed, there was always in the Batman a stubborn, grieving hope that the good Harvey might still be reached, might still be in there somewhere, waiting to be saved, and he tried, again and again, to reach him, to remind him of the man he had been, to call him back from the dark. It rarely worked, and the coin kept spinning, and the two halves of Harvey Dent kept their endless war. But the Batman never stopped hoping, and that stubborn, wounded faith in a lost friend is one of the most human things about him. The tragedy of Two-Face is not the tragedy of a monster, but of a good man broken, undone, not by any evil in himself, but by cruelty and pain that were done to him, split in two by a single terrible moment, exactly as the Batman was, and it stands as a dark mirror to the Batman's own story, the road he himself might have taken. For here were two men, each shattered by violence and loss, and one of them turned the pain outward into protection, and the other into vengeance. One held on to himself, and the other came apart, and the difference between them, in the end, was as narrow and as fragile as the difference between the two faces of a spinning coin. Let the coin fall where it may, and let it settle now into stillness, and let the sorrow of Harvey Dent join the other quiet sorrows of the night. We have wandered now through the making of monsters and the breaking of good men. Let us turn next to a figure older and stranger than any of them, an ancient enemy who has lived for centuries, and who looked at the Batman not with hatred, but with something far more unsettling, a kind of terrible admiration. Most of the Batman's enemies are creatures of Gotham, born of its shadows and its madness. But there is one who comes from far beyond the city, older and grander, and more dangerous than any of them. A man who has walked the earth for centuries, and who plays a game so vast that the whole of Gotham is only a single square upon his board. His name means, in an old language, the head of the demon, and he is called Ra's al Ghul, and his story is one of the strangest and most far-reaching in all the Batman's long life. Ra's al Ghul is impossibly old, hundreds of years old, perhaps older, and the secret of his long life is a terrible one. Scattered across the hidden corners of the world are strange pools of a rare chemical brew, ancient wells that he calls the Lazarus Pits, and when his body at last grows old and begins to fail, he lowers himself into one of these pits, and the churning green waters heal him, restore his youth, burn the age and the sickness from his flesh, and give him back his strength and his vigor. But the pits exact a price. For each time he emerges from them renewed, he is seized for a short while by a violent, ranting madness, so that his very immortality comes wrapped always in a recurring insanity, a burst of raving before his cold reason returns. Across all those long centuries, Ra's al Ghul has built a vast and secret empire, a global network of loyal followers, and a legion of trained assassins who obey his every command, and he has watched the human race spread and multiply and foul the beautiful earth he has loved through so many lifetimes. And out of that long watching has grown his terrible purpose, for Ra's al Ghul has come to believe that humanity is a disease upon the planet, that there are simply too many people, and that the only way to save the natural world he cherishes is to wipe out the vast bulk of the human race and begin again, cleaner and smaller and in balance with the earth. He is not a raving madman in this. He is calm, cultured, courteous, genuinely convinced that the mass death of billions would be a mercy and a healing, and that calm certainty is far more frightening than any madness could be. It was this grand and genocidal scheme that first brought him into conflict with the Batman, and here the story takes its strangest turn, for when Ra's al Ghul finally met his enemy, he did not hate him. Instead, he was impressed. Here at last, the ancient man thought, was a human being worthy of respect, a mind and a will nearly the equal of his own, a man of discipline and vision and unbreakable resolve. And Ra's al Ghul, who had lived so long and grown so weary and who thought so little of ordinary humanity, looked at the Batman and saw, to his own surprise, an heir. He came to desire, more than almost anything, that the Batman should join him, should inherit his empire, should stand at his side and carry his great work forward when at last the old man's centuries came to their end. There was another reason for that desire, and it deepens the strangeness of the whole affair. For Ra's al Ghul had a daughter, a beautiful and formidable woman named Talia, raised at her father's side and torn all her life between her devotion to him and her own fierce heart. And Talia fell in love with the Batman, deeply and truly and tragically, and he with her, or nearly so. And so the ancient man's dream became a kind of terrible family fantasy, that the Batman would marry his daughter and become his son, would inherit both his empire and his bloodline, would rule the cleansed earth beside Talia when the great culling was done. It was a strange and dark seduction, this offer of love and power and immortality, and it tempted the Batman more than he liked to admit, for Talia's love was real, and part of him longed for it. But the Batman could not accept it, of course, could never join a man who dreamed of murdering billions, however much he might respect his enemy's intellect or love his enemy's daughter, and so he refused, again and again, and the two of them became locked in a long and peculiar war, fought across the whole world rather than in the streets of a single city. And it was a war unlike any other the Batman fought, for Ra's al Ghul was the one enemy who had deduced his secret identity, who knew the man behind the mask, and who nonetheless treated him always with a courtly respect, calling him by an old title of honor that meant, roughly, the detective, facing him almost as an equal, even as they tried to destroy each other's designs. There is a peculiar loneliness in the relationship between the Batman and Ra's al Ghul, for they understood each other, perhaps better than almost anyone else in either of their lives. Each recognized in the other a discipline and a will and a vision that ordinary people lacked. Each saw in the other a mind that could match his own, and yet they were divided by a gulf that could never be crossed: the Batman's absolute refusal to take even a single life set against the ancient man's willingness to end billions. They were, in a way, two answers to the same despair at the state of the world, one choosing to protect it, person by person, through endless patient effort, the other choosing to remake it through unimaginable slaughter. And the argument between them was really an argument about whether human life is worth saving at all. And out of that strange and doomed connection came, in time, a child. For Talia bore the Batman a son, though he did not know of it for many years, a boy named Damien, who would be raised in secret by his mother and grandfather among the assassins, trained from birth to be a weapon and an heir, and who would one day come to his father, a cold and deadly little stranger. But that is a story for later in the night. For now it is enough to know the ancient man himself, Ra's al Ghul, the immortal who bathes in the green pools and dreams of a cleansed and empty earth, the one enemy who looked at the Batman and saw not a foe to be destroyed but a son to be won, and who has never, across all his long centuries, quite given up hope that one day the detective might yet come to stand at his side. Let the ancient man sink back now into the shadows of his mountain fortress, and let his long centuries and his grand and terrible dreams grow faint and far away. We have wandered among monsters and grieving lovers and fallen champions and immortal schemers. Let us turn now to something quieter and closer to the heart, to a woman who walked the rooftops beside the Batman not as his enemy and not quite as his ally, a creature of the night like himself, and the one who came nearest, in all his lonely life, to winning his guarded heart. Not everyone the Batman meets on the rooftops in the dark is an enemy, and not everyone is a friend, and there is one figure in his long life who has always moved in the uncertain space between the two, a woman as much a creature of the night as he is, a thief and a wanderer of the high places, the one who is called Catwoman. Her story is not a tale of tragedy or madness, but something rarer in his life, a love story, complicated and unfinished and tender, and on a quiet night, it is a gentle thing to drift through. Her name is Selina Kyle, and she came up out of the hard and hungry streets of Gotham, an orphan and a survivor, learning young that no one was going to save her and that she would have to look after herself. And she grew into a woman of extraordinary grace and skill, a cat burglar without equal, slipping over the rooftops and through locked windows to take the jewels and the treasures of the wealthy who had never spared a thought for the likes of her. She was a thief and unrepentant about it, but she was never cruel, never a killer, and there was a code beneath her thieving, a sympathy for the poor and the forgotten and the other strays of the city, so that she was something more like a rogue than a villain, a woman living by her own rules in a world that had given her nothing. She and the Batman crossed paths, inevitably, on the rooftops in the dark, the two of them prowling the same high places, and from the very first there was something between them, a spark, a recognition, a pull that neither one could quite deny, for they were alike, the two of them, in ways that mattered, both creatures of the night, both shaped by loss and hardship, both moving through the darkness in masks, both more at home on the rooftops than in the ordinary daylight world below. He was drawn to her boldness and her freedom, to the way she lived by her own code and answered to no one. She was drawn to his strength and his sorrow, and the wounded goodness she could sense beneath the grim exterior. And so began one of the longest and most tangled romances of the Batman's life, a slow dance across the years, the two of them forever drawn together and forever kept apart, circling each other on the rooftops, sometimes fighting, sometimes helping each other, sometimes simply standing together in the dark and feeling the pull between them and the thin, uncrossable line that ran down its middle. For she was a thief, and he was sworn to uphold the law, and so their love, real as it was, could never quite be, held always just out of reach by the fact of what each of them had chosen to be. He could not stop being the Batman. She could not, or would not, quite give up the freedom of her thieving life, and so they loved, and parted, and found each other again across all the long years. There is a great tenderness in their story, and a great sadness too, for it is the story of two lonely people who understood each other completely, and could not quite ever be together. He let her go, again and again, when by the letter of his own law he should have caught her. She saved his life, again and again, when by the logic of her own freedom she should have simply slipped away. They knew each other's secrets, in time, knew the faces beneath the masks, and there was a trust between them deeper than almost any other in either of their guarded lives, a sense that here, at last, was someone who truly saw them and did not flinch. She was, in many ways, the one who came closest to reaching the man beneath the cowl, closer even than the women he might have married, closer than almost anyone but the faithful Alfred and the boy he raised. For she asked nothing of him but honesty, understood his darkness because she shared it, never tried to fix him or save him or make him ordinary, but simply met him where he was, in the dark, as an equal. And in her company the Batman was, sometimes, almost happy, almost light, almost the man he might have been if the alley had never happened. And those quiet moments on the rooftops with the thief who understood him were among the few genuine pleasures in his long and lonely war. Whether they ever truly find their way to each other, in the end, is a question the stories have answered 100 different ways, sometimes letting them come together at last, and sometimes keeping them forever apart. For theirs is a love that lives in the perpetual almost, the perpetual not quite, the perpetual space between the thief and the law. But the pull between them never fades, and the dance goes on, across the rooftops, across the years, two creatures of the night, who found in each other a rare and imperfect understanding, and who kept finding their way back to it, again and again, however impossible it seemed. Of all the relationships in the Batman's long life, hers is perhaps the one with the most warmth in it, the most simple human longing, the most tenderness, and it is a gentle thing to hold on to in the dark. Let the two of them stand a while longer on the rooftop in your mind, two dark shapes against the glow of the city, close but not quite touching, and then let the image soften and fade. We have had a gentle story now, and a warm one, and the night is deepening. But there are darker tales still waiting, and we must, before the dawn, pass through some of the saddest and most painful chapters in the whole of the Batman's life. Let us go carefully and gently, and begin with the night his war cost him, one of the people he loved most in all the world. We come now to one of the darkest and most famous of all the Batman stories, and I will tell it gently and softly, and without dwelling on its cruelties, for it is a hard tale, but a meaningful one, and beneath its darkness it carries a quiet and stubborn hope. It is the story of the day the Joker tried to prove his terrible philosophy, that anyone at all can be driven mad by a single bad enough day, and of the two people who refused, in the end, to let him be right. The Joker, you will remember, believes that the only thing separating a sane and decent person from a laughing lunatic like himself is one unbearable day, one sufficiently terrible stretch of hours, and he had long wished to prove it, not in words but in deed. And so he chose a target, and the target he chose was one of the most decent and steady men in all of Gotham, the honest police commissioner James Gordon, the Batman's oldest ally, a good and gentle man who had held on to his principles through decades in a corrupt and violent city. If anyone could be broken, the Joker reasoned, if even a man as sturdy and as good as Gordon could be driven mad by a single day of horror, then his dark thesis would be proven, and the whole idea of human goodness would be shown to be the fragile joke he believed it was. And so the Joker set about giving Commissioner Gordon his one bad day, and it was a cruel and terrible thing, and here I will pass over the worst of it lightly, for you do not need its details carried down into your sleep. It is enough to say that the Joker struck at Gordon through the person he loved most, his daughter Barbara, a bright and brave young woman who had, unknown to many, fought crime herself in a costume of her own. The Joker came to her father's home, and he hurt Barbara terribly, a wound that would change her life forever and leave her unable to walk. And then he took the grieving, frightened Gordon away to a nightmarish abandoned carnival, and there he tried, with every cruelty he could devise, to break the good man's mind, to drive him mad, to prove that one bad day was all it took. But here is the turn in the story, the thing that redeems its darkness, for Commissioner Gordon did not break. Through all of it, through the worst night of his life, through horror and grief and torment, the honest old man held on to himself, held on to his sanity and his principles, and when it was over, battered and broken-hearted but unbowed, he asked only one thing: that the Batman bring the Joker in by the book, properly, lawfully, unharmed, to show that the Joker's way was wrong, that even now, even after everything, the good way was still worth holding to. Even shattered by grief, Gordon would not become what the Joker wanted him to become, and in that refusal, the Joker's whole terrible thesis was answered. For here was a man who had been given the worst of all bad days, and had not, would not, break. The Batman came for him, of course, and found the Joker at the last, and there is a strange and haunting final moment to the tale, in which the two of them, the Batman and the Joker, stand together in the rain, and the Joker, of all things, tells a joke, a small sad joke about two men trying to escape an asylum, and the Batman, of all things, laughs, just for a moment, the two enemies standing together in the dark and laughing at the end of a terrible night. What it means, that moment, no one has ever quite agreed, whether it is a flicker of shared humanity or something darker, and the story leaves it deliberately unresolved, hanging there in the rain, one of the most discussed and mysterious endings in all of the Batman's history. But the truest hope in the story is not in that ambiguous rain-soaked moment. It is in what became, afterward, of Barbara, the young woman the Joker had hurt so terribly in his effort to break her father. For the Joker had meant her only as a tool, a means to torment Gordon, had not thought of her as a person at all, and he had believed that in taking away her ability to walk, he had taken away her life. But he was wrong about that, as wrong as he was about everything, for Barbara refused to let the worst thing that had ever happened to her be the end of her story. Unable to walk, she did not surrender. Instead, she remade herself, turning her brilliant mind to a new kind of heroism, becoming a master of information and computers and secrets, the unseen guide and coordinator at the heart of a whole community of heroes, more powerful and more important, in the end, than she had ever been before. And so the story that begins as one of the Batman's darkest ends, if you follow it far enough, as one of his most quietly triumphant, for the two people the Joker set out to break, the father and the daughter, both refused to be broken, both held on to themselves through the worst he could do, and both came through the other side still whole, still good, still themselves. The Joker had tried to prove that one bad day could destroy anyone, and instead he had proven the opposite, that some people, given the worst day imaginable, will not break, will not surrender, will find a way to endure and even to grow. It is a hard-won hope, bought at a terrible price, but it is a real one, and it is worth holding on to as the darkness of the tale fades. Let that darkness fade now, gently, and let the quiet hope beneath it remain, the image of the good old man who would not break, and the brave young woman who remade herself and rose. We must pass, I am afraid, through one more of the Batman's great sorrows before the night turns back toward the light, the loss that cut him deepest of all, and I will tell it, too, gently. Let us go softly now, into the story of the boy the Batman could not save. After the first Robin, Dick Grayson grew up and went his own way. The Batman was alone again for a time, and grimmer for it, and it was in that lonelier stretch that he took in a second boy to wear the bright colours at his side. This boy was named Jason Todd, and his was a harder and a sadder story than the first, and it ended in the deepest grief of all the Batman's long life. I will tell it gently, for it is a painful tale, but it is one of the most important, and it deserves to be remembered. The Batman first met Jason Todd in the worst of Gotham's streets, a tough and angry orphan trying to survive on his own, and the boy's introduction to the legend is a small and famous thing, for the Batman is said to have caught him in the very act of stealing the tires from the Batmobile itself, a street child so bold and so desperate that he would strip the wheels from the car of the most feared man in Gotham. And the Batman, seeing in this fierce and fearless child something worth saving, took him in, as he had taken in Dick Grayson before, and gave him a home, and in time made him the second Robin. But Jason was not like the first Robin. Where Dick Grayson had been sunny and acrobatic and naturally warm, Jason was harder, angrier, shaped by a childhood far crueler than Dick's had been, full of a rage that the Batman recognized because it was so much like his own. He was brave and loyal and good underneath it all, but he was troubled, and he and the Batman clashed. Two stubborn and wounded people who did not always know how to reach each other, and the boy carried inside him a deep and aching wound, the absence of the mother he had never known, a longing to discover where he had come from and who he truly was. And it was that longing that led him to his end, for Jason went searching, in time, for his birth mother, following a trail across the world, hoping to find at last the family he had lost, and the search led him, in a foreign country, far from home and far from the Batman's protection, into the hands of the one enemy above all others who should never have found him. The Joker was there, and the Joker took the boy, and what followed was terrible, and I will not dwell on it, for you do not need it in the dark. It is enough to say that the Joker hurt the boy grievously and left him in a building set to be destroyed, and that the Batman, racing across the world to save him, following the trail as fast as he could, arrived only moments too late and found, in the smoking ruin, the body of the boy he had failed to save. There has never been a grief in the Batman's life like that grief. He had lost his parents as a child, and that had made him. He had lost Harvey Dent to the darkness, and that had wounded him. But to lose a child, a boy he had taken in and sworn to protect, a boy who had died alone and afraid and in pain while the Batman was too far away to help, was a sorrow of a different and deeper kind. He blamed himself, utterly and completely, for the boy's death, believed that his own failures, his own harshness, his own inability to reach the troubled child, had driven Jason to the search that killed him, and the guilt of it settled over him and never entirely lifted. He kept the boy's memory the way he kept all his griefs, close and unhealed, and in the depths of the cave beneath the great house, he built a memorial, a glass case holding the empty costume of the second Robin, lit and preserved, so that every night as he went out to his war, he would pass it and remember, and every night the wound would open again. It became a permanent shadow over him, that glass case, the proof of his greatest failure, the boy he could not save, and it changed him, made him harder and more careful and more afraid, for he had learned in the cruelest way that his war could take from him the very people he loved most, and that no amount of skill or will could always keep them safe. The death of Jason Todd is one of the great turning points in the whole of the Batman's life, the moment his war stopped being an adventure and became something heavier, something that could cost him everything, and it deepened in him that terrible protective caution, that need to plan for every disaster, that fear of losing anyone else, which would mark him ever after. It taught him, too, the full weight of his one great rule, for now more than ever he wanted to kill the Joker, wanted it with a raw and desperate longing, and now more than ever he refused, holding the line even against the murderer of his own son, because he understood that to cross it would be to lose himself, and then the boy's death would have taken not only Jason but the last of the Batman too. And so he carried the grief, and the glass case stood in the dark, and for a long time the story of Jason Todd was simply a tragedy. The tale of the boy the Batman could not save, a sorrow with no redemption in it, a wound that would not close. But the Batman's world is a strange one, where even death does not always hold, and the story of Jason Todd was not in the end finished, for the boy in the glass case would one day return, though not as the boy he had been, and when he came back, he would bring with him a question that cut to the very heart of who the Batman is. But that is a tale for a little later in the night. Let the grief of it settle now into stillness, and let the glass case stand quiet in the dark, and let us leave the Batman to his sorrow for a while, for there is comfort coming further on. And when we return to the boy in the glass case, it will be to a stranger and more troubling tale of a dead child come back with fury in his heart, demanding of his father an answer that the Batman could not give. But first, let us turn away from grief for a time and toward a different kind of story, one of ancient secrets and a hidden enemy who had been watching the Batman all along. The Batman had always believed that he knew his city better than any living soul, that there was no corner of Gotham, no secret, no shadow, that he had not mapped and studied and understood. He had given his whole life to knowing it, after all, block by block and rooftop by rooftop, and his certainty about his mastery of the city was one of the deep foundations of who he was. And so there is a special kind of horror in the story of the Court of Owls, for it is the tale of the day the Batman learned that his city had been keeping an enormous secret from him all along, that something ancient and terrible had been watching him, unseen, from the shadows, for the whole of his life. There is an old rhyme in Gotham, a thing that children whisper to one another, a little verse of warning about a hidden court that sees everything and rules everything from a shadowed nest somewhere in the city, a court that will send a killer to your window in the night if you should speak of them too loudly. The Batman had always known the rhyme, as everyone in Gotham did, and had always dismissed it, as everyone did, a piece of harmless folklore, a spooky story for children, nothing more. But the rhyme was true. There truly was a court of owls, a secret society of the city's oldest and wealthiest families, and they had genuinely been ruling Gotham from the shadows for centuries, longer than the Batman had been alive, longer than his parents had been alive, pulling the strings of the whole city from behind a veil of stone and secrecy, while everyone, even the Batman, believed the old rhyme was only a rhyme. The discovery shook the Batman to his foundations, for it meant that everything he had believed about his mastery of his city was a lie, that beneath all his careful knowledge there had been another Gotham he had never seen, an older and darker city hidden within the one he knew, and the court, once he began to threaten their secrecy, moved against him, and the weapons they sent were among the most frightening he had ever faced, for the court's assassins were not living men at all. They were called Talons, and they were the reanimated dead, the bodies of chosen killers from ages past, kept preserved in cold storage deep beneath the city, dozens upon dozens of them, revived and sent out to kill when the court had need, healing from nearly any wound, tireless and expressionless behind their masks, an endless supply of undead killers sleeping in the dark under the streets. To fight them was like fighting a nightmare, for they did not tire and did not stop and did not stay down, and the court sent them against the Batman in numbers, wave after wave, and for one of the only times in his life he found himself genuinely overwhelmed, genuinely afraid, hunted through his own city by an army of the patient dead. And then the court did something crueler still, for they captured him and took him down into a labyrinth beneath the city, a maze built long ago for exactly this purpose, to break the minds of those who defied them, and they left him to wander it, alone, in the dark, without food or water or light, for days. The story of the Batman lost in that labyrinth is one of the most harrowing in all his history, for it strips away everything that makes him formidable and leaves only the frightened animal underneath, deprived of light and food and water, tormented by whispers and visions, wandering the endless maze for days. The great disciplined mind of the Batman began, slowly, to come apart, and the man who was never afraid became afraid, and the man who was always in control lost control, reduced to something desperate and hallucinating and half-mad, lost in the dark beneath his own city. He was meant to break down there, to lose himself entirely in the maze, and he came terribly close, closer than he ever had before. But he did not break. Somewhere in the depths of the labyrinth, at the very edge of his endurance, he found again the thing that had always saved him, that stubborn, grieving refusal to surrender that had carried him out of the alley all those years before, and he pulled himself back from the brink, and he escaped, battered and starved and changed, but unbroken. And he took the fight back to the court, and exposed them, and broke their hold on the city, though not without cost, and not without learning things about Gotham, and about his own family's long history within it, that he would have rather never known. For there was one more blow the court had to deal him, one more secret that cut closest of all. The court, it emerged, had long recruited its talons as children, choosing gifted young ones and grooming them for a life of killing, and one of their favorite hunting grounds had been a traveling circus, where they would mark out a talented young acrobat and slowly draw him in. And the boy they had chosen, years before, the child they had marked to become one of their undead assassins, was none other than Dick Grayson, the Batman's own first Robin, the bright and laughing boy he had taken in and raised as a son. Dick had escaped that dark fate only by the accident of his parents' murder and the Batman's rescue, had been, as a child, only a step or two away from becoming one of the frozen killers in the dark beneath the city, and had never known it. The Court of Owls left the Batman with a lesson he did not want, and a wound to his certainty that never entirely healed, the knowledge that even he, who had given everything to know his city, did not truly know it, that beneath the Gotham he had mapped so carefully there was an older and darker Gotham he had never suspected, ancient and patient and watching, and it planted in him a deeper unease, the suspicion that the corruption of his city ran far deeper than any single criminal, that it was woven into the very foundations of the place, into its oldest families and its grandest buildings, that he had spent his whole life fighting the symptoms of a sickness that went all the way down. It is a haunting story, that of the owls in the walls, and it lingers, the thought of all the years the Batman walked past their carved stone symbols, never seeing, never knowing they were watching him back. Let the owls settle back into their shadows now, and let the ancient city keep its secrets, and let us turn away from that cold and watching darkness toward a stranger tale still, of an enemy wrapped in bandages who knew the Batman better than anyone, and who came, in the end, out of the Batman's own lost childhood. There is a particular kind of pain reserved for betrayals that come from the safest corners of a life, from the people who knew us before the wounds, and the Batman suffered one of the deepest of these at the hands of a man he had known since he was a small and happy child, before the alley, before the grief, before everything. This is the story of the enemy called Hush, and it reaches back into the golden years of Bruce Wayne's childhood, into the time before the darkness, and it turns that light to shadow. It began with a mystery, as so many of the Batman's stories do, a sense that someone was moving against him, someone who seemed to know his every plan, who anticipated his every move, who orchestrated an elaborate and far-reaching scheme, drawing in one of his great enemies after another, using the Joker and the others as pieces on a board, pulling strings the Batman could not see. Behind it all was a figure the Batman glimpsed only in shadow, a man wrapped head to foot in white bandages, his face entirely hidden, a stranger who nonetheless seemed to understand the Batman with an intimacy that was deeply unsettling, who knew things about him that no enemy should know. And when at last the bandages came away, the face beneath them belonged not to a stranger at all, but to a man from the very beginning of Bruce Wayne's life, a childhood friend named Thomas Elliot, a brilliant surgeon, a man Bruce had known and played with and trusted as a boy, in the warm years before his parents died. They had grown up together, the two wealthy children, had been close as brothers once, and Bruce had counted him, into adulthood, as one of the oldest and truest friends he had. To find that this man, this friend from the untouched years of his childhood, was the enemy behind it all, was a violation of a peculiarly cruel kind, for it reached back and poisoned even the golden time before the alley, the one part of his life the darkness had never touched. The roots of the betrayal ran deep, and they held a horror that was a dark mirror of the Batman's own beginnings. For Thomas Elliot, though born to wealth as Bruce had been, had grown up hating his own parents, resenting their control over him and their fortune, and while still a boy, he had done a monstrous thing, plotting to murder them both so that he might inherit their money and be free. He had engineered an accident, a crash, meant to kill them both, and his father had indeed died in it, but his mother had survived, saved, in a cruel twist of fate, by the surgical skill of a good doctor who happened to be called to help, a doctor named Thomas Wayne, Bruce's own father. Think of the terrible symmetry of it. Two boys, both born to wealth, both bound to lose their parents to violence, but where the murder of Bruce's parents was a horror done to him, one that broke his heart and made him into a protector, the death Thomas Elliot arranged was one he wanted, a crime he committed, meant to set him free. And where Bruce lost both parents in a single night, Thomas Elliot's plan was ruined, his hated mother saved, and saved by Bruce's own father, so that Elliot was left tied to the mother he despised, his freedom stolen from him by the very family that would later lose everything Elliot had wanted to lose. Out of that twisted beginning grew a lifelong and secret envy, a hatred of Bruce Wayne for having, as Elliot saw it, the very thing Elliot had wanted and been denied, and that envy festered across the years into the elaborate revenge that became the scheme of Hush. The pain of the betrayal, for the Batman, was not the danger of the plot, but the loss of the friend, the discovery that someone he had trusted from the safest part of his life had hated him all along, had been a mask worn over enmity the whole time, and it deepened in him a wound that his life had been carving for years, the terrible lesson that no one, not even a childhood friend, could be entirely trusted, that the mask was everywhere, that anyone might be an enemy in disguise. It is one of the reasons the Batman holds even the people he loves at a careful distance. One of the reasons he is so profoundly and permanently alone, because he has learned, again and again, in stories like this one, that closeness is dangerous, that even the golden past can turn out to have been a lie. And yet there is something in the Batman that refuses to let even this harden him completely. For beneath his caution and his solitude, he goes on caring, goes on reaching out, goes on gathering his strange family of lost and wounded souls around him, despite everything he has learned about how closeness can betray. The story of Hush is a dark one, a tale of envy and betrayal reaching out of a lost childhood. But it is also, in the Batman's refusal to let it close his heart entirely, a quiet testament to his stubborn, wounded capacity for love, his insistence on trusting again, even after every reason not to. He was betrayed by a friend from the safest corner of his life, and it hurt him deeply, and he went on loving the family he had made anyway, which is, in its way, its own quiet kind of courage. Let the bandaged figure fade back into the shadows now, and let the old betrayal lose its sting, for it is late, and we are past the darkest stretch of the night's stories, and gentler and stranger tales lie ahead. Let us turn now to a story of the great house that holds all the Batman's enemies, the crumbling asylum on the edge of the city, and to the troubled man who built it, whose own sad tale is one of the eeriest and most haunting in all of Gotham's long history. All the broken and frightening people we have met tonight, the clown and the man of two faces and the rest, end up, again and again, in a single terrible place, a crumbling old institution on the edge of Gotham where the criminally insane are sent, and from which they endlessly, inevitably escape. It is called Arkham Asylum, and it is one of the most haunted and haunting places in all the Batman's world, and its own origin is a ghost story worth telling softly on a dark and quiet night. For the house was cursed, it seems, from the very first stone. The asylum was founded long ago by a doctor named Amadeus Arkham, a gentle and idealistic man who dreamed of healing the troubled minds of the city, of treating the mad with compassion and care rather than cruelty, and who built his hospital out of the grand old family house where he had grown up. It was a noble dream, and he pursued it with his whole heart, but the house he built it in was not the innocent place he believed, for it held a secret and a sorrow of his own. For it was in that very house, in his youth, that Amadeus Arkham had cared for his own mother as a terrible madness slowly consumed her, watching helplessly as the woman he loved lost her mind by degrees. And it was there, one night, that he had found her in her suffering and made a quiet and dreadful choice to end it, a mercy killing that he buried so deep he hid it even from himself. He converted the old house into his asylum and opened its doors and dedicated himself to his work, and for a time it seemed his dream might come true. But the house had other plans, or so the story seems to say, for a terrible thing happened soon after. One of his very first patients, a brutal and dangerous killer, escaped from his cell, and in the doctor's absence made his way to the doctor's own home, and there murdered the doctor's wife and his young daughter, and left them for Amadeus Arkham to find. The gentle, idealistic man who had devoted his life to healing the violent and the mad had his own family taken from him by one of the very patients he had sworn to help, and something in him, in that moment, broke and did not mend. He held himself together, for a while, long enough to see that killer condemned and strapped into the electric chair, but it is darkly hinted in the story that Amadeus Arkham took a quiet, personal revenge upon the man before the end, that his own hands were not entirely clean, and that the guilt of it, along with the grief, along with the long-buried memory of what he had done to his own mother, all rose up together in him and pulled him down into the very madness he had spent his life trying to heal in others. The founder of the asylum for the insane went insane himself, within the walls of his own institution, and in the end, he became an inmate of the very hospital he had built, spending his last years in a padded cell, scratching strange symbols into the floor, a broken and haunted man locked away in the house of his own dreams. That origin gives the whole place its terrible, cursed quality, the sense that it was doomed from the beginning, built on murder and madness and a son's buried secret, and it explains, in a poetic way, why the asylum can never seem to hold anyone or heal anyone, why its doors revolve endlessly and its inmates escape again and again. It is less a hospital than a haunted house that happens to have locks, a place where the worst and most broken souls in the city are gathered together in the dark, under a roof raised by a man who lost his own mind within it, and the deeper stories treat it almost as a living thing, hungry and patient, that works its way slowly into the minds of everyone who lingers too long inside its walls. There is a story, one of the strangest the Batman ever appeared in, of a terrible night when the inmates of Arkham seized control of the asylum and dared the Batman to come inside. And he did, walking alone into that house of horrors, and as he moved through its shadowed halls, surrounded by the madmen he had spent his life catching, a dreadful doubt crept over him, the fear that he himself belonged there, that he was no different from the men in the cells, that the only thing separating him from them was a mask and a great deal of denial. The inmates taunted him with exactly this, delighting in the notion that the man who dressed as a bat and stalked the night was simply the maddest of them all, one who had never been caught, and the story leaves the question hanging in the foul air of the place, unanswered, so that even the Batman is not quite sure of the answer. And that, perhaps, is the deepest horror of Arkham, and the reason it haunts the whole of the Batman's world, for it is the place where his refusal to kill leads. He captures his enemies rather than ending them, because he will not cross that line, and he delivers them to Arkham, and Arkham cannot hold them, and so they escape, and kill again, and he catches them again, and the cycle turns on and on without end. The revolving door of that cursed house is the price of his mercy, the endless consequence of his one great rule, and there is a quiet, grinding sorrow in it, the same broken people caught and lost and caught again, forever, in the shadow of a house that a grieving man built out of his own madness long ago. Let the asylum settle back now into its fog and its shadows, and let its ghosts grow quiet, for we have passed through the eeriest of the night's tales, and the way ahead turns, at last, back toward the light. 2 more sorrows remain to us, and then the night's stories will begin to gentle toward their close. Let us return now to a thread we left hanging in the dark, to the boy in the glass case, and to the day he came back. For years, the second Robin, Jason Todd, lay in his grave, and his empty costume stood in its glass case in the cave, and the Batman carried the grief of him as a permanent wound. It was one of the fixed sorrows of his life, a thing that could never be undone, a boy lost forever. But the Batman's world is a strange one, where the line between life and death is not always as firm as it is in ours. And one day, to the Batman's astonishment and grief and hope all tangled together, the boy in the glass case came back. This is the story of that return, and of the terrible question it brought with it. A new figure had appeared in Gotham's underworld, a masked man who was waging a brutal and ruthless war on the city's criminals, not catching them as the Batman did, but killing them, taking over the drug trade and the gangs by force, ruling the underworld with an iron and violent hand, and doing it all with an uncanny knowledge of the Batman's methods, anticipating his every move. He called himself by an old name, the Red Hood, and for a long time the Batman did not know who was behind the mask, only that this new and violent figure knew him far too well, fought him far too skillfully, and seemed to hate him with a peculiar and personal fury. And when at last the mask came away, the face beneath it was one the Batman had grieved for years. It was Jason Todd, the second Robin, the boy he had failed to save, alive again, restored by the strange and dark forces that move through the Batman's world, brought back from death, but brought back wrong, filled now with a rage that his years in the grave and his resurrection had only deepened. The joy the Batman felt at seeing the boy alive was almost immediately drowned in horror at what the boy had become, for Jason had returned not as a hero, but as a killer, and he had come back to Gotham with a single burning question that he now flung at the man who had raised him. The question was this, and it cut to the very heart of everything the Batman is. Why, Jason demanded, was the Joker still alive? The Joker had beaten Jason to death, had murdered the Batman's own son, and yet in all the years since, the Batman had let him live, had caught him, and returned him to Arkham again and again, had held to his precious rule even against the monster who had killed his boy. Jason could not understand it, could not forgive it, and he confronted the Batman with a raw and agonized fury, demanding to know how his father could let his murderer go on breathing, how the great and noble Batman could be so bound by a rule that he would not avenge his own dead child. It was not enough, Jason said, that the Batman had failed to save him. The Batman had then refused, again and again, to make it right. And here the story becomes one of the most painful and profound in all the Batman's life, for Jason forced upon him a terrible choice. He captured the Joker, and he put a gun in the situation, and he told the Batman that he would kill the Joker himself, then and there, unless the Batman stopped him. And the only way to stop him, Jason said, was for the Batman to kill Jason instead, or else to finally kill the Joker himself and prove that the murderer's life meant less to him than his son's. The Batman was caught, as Jason had intended, between his dead son and his one great rule, forced to choose between the boy he had failed and the line he had sworn never to cross, and there was no choice that would not break his heart. The Batman would not do it. He would not kill, not even then, not even to satisfy his own resurrected son, not even against the monster who had murdered the boy, because he understood, as he had always understood, that the moment he crossed that line he would lose himself, would become the very thing he had given his life to fighting, and that then his war, and Jason's death, and everything he had suffered, would all have been for nothing. And so he refused, and tried instead to reach the boy, to talk him back from his rage, to save him a second time, and the confrontation ended in grief and chaos, the Joker escaping in the turmoil, and Jason vanishing back into the dark, unreconciled, unforgiven, a son lost twice over. It is a story with no comfortable answer, for the terrible thing about it is that Jason's fury is, in its way, entirely understandable. He is asking a question that the reader cannot easily dismiss, the question of whether the Batman's refusal to kill, admirable as it is, has become a kind of moral vanity, whether it is really principle or simply an inability to let go of a rule, even when that rule allows a murderer to keep killing. The story does not resolve it, does not tell us who is right, but lets the two of them stand there, the father and the resurrected son, each with his own unbearable logic, each unable to move the other, and it leaves the question hanging, as the Batman's hardest questions always hang, unanswered in the dark. And yet there is, buried in the pain of it, a strange and stubborn hope. For the return of Jason Todd means that the boy the Batman grieved is not, after all, gone forever. That the story of the second Robin did not end in that foreign ruin, but continues, complicated and painful and unfinished. In time, across the years that follow, Jason and the Batman would find their way, slowly and imperfectly, towards something like a reconciliation. The boy never quite becoming a hero again, but never quite remaining a villain either, finding his own uneasy place at the edge of the strange family that the Batman had built. The wound between them never fully heals, but it does not stay a simple tragedy either, and there is a kind of grace in that, in a lost son found again, even if he is found changed, even if he can never quite come all the way home. Let the boy who came back fade gently now into the dark, his fury and his grief and his unanswered questions softening into stillness, and let us turn toward one of the last of the night's tales, a story of the day the Batman himself was broken, body and spirit, by an enemy who understood that even the strongest will can be worn down and shattered, if only you are patient enough. The Batman had always seemed, in a way, unbreakable, a man whose will was so absolute that no enemy could truly bring him down, and much of his legend rested on that sense of him as an immovable force, which is exactly why the story of how he was broken is so shocking and so important, for it is the tale of the one enemy who understood that the Batman's greatest strength, his refusal ever to stop, was also his deepest weakness, and who used it to shatter him. The enemy's name was Bane, and this is the story of the day the Bat was broken. Bane was unlike any foe the Batman had faced. He had been born and raised in a brutal prison in a far country, condemned as an infant to serve out the sentence of a father he had never known, and he had grown up in that place of stone and violence, teaching himself, in the darkness of his cell, everything he could, becoming brilliant and disciplined and utterly ruthless, a scholar and a killer both. And his body had been made monstrously strong by a terrible drug called venom, pumped directly into him through tubes so that he could swell with unnatural power whenever he wished. But it was not his strength that made him dangerous, it was his mind. For Bane, alone among the Batman's enemies, took the time to truly understand him, to study him, to work out not merely how to fight him, but how to destroy him. And what Bane understood was this, that the Batman could never be beaten while he was fresh and strong and ready, but that the Batman also never allowed himself to rest, that he would drive himself past every limit rather than leave the city unprotected, and that this refusal to stop was the crack through which he could be broken. And so Bane devised a plan of terrible patience and cruelty. He did not attack the Batman directly. Instead, he threw open the gates of Arkham Asylum and released every single one of the Batman's enemies at once. All of them, the whole gallery of madmen loosed upon Gotham in a single night, and then he simply waited and watched. And the Batman did exactly what Bane had known he would do. He refused to rest. Night after night, week after week, he hunted down every escaped inmate, one by one, driving himself without mercy, without sleep, without pause, growing more exhausted and more depleted with each passing night, hollowing himself out to recapture them all, exactly as Bane had planned. And Bane watched and waited, letting the Batman spend himself completely, letting him run himself into the ground, until at last the great and tireless man was utterly, dangerously spent, sick with exhaustion, running on nothing but the last dregs of his will. Only then did Bane strike. He walked calmly into the Batman's own home, into the great house on the hill, having deduced the secret of who the Batman was, and he confronted the exhausted man there, at his very lowest, in the sanctuary that should have been safe. And the Batman, drained and depleted and barely able to stand, fought him anyway. Of course he did, because that is who he is. But he had nothing left, and Bane was fresh and monstrous and strong, and it was not a battle so much as a breaking. Bane beat him down, and then lifted the broken Batman high over his head, and brought him down across his knee, and shattered his spine, and left him paralyzed and ruined on the floor, and then carried his broken body out into the city, and dropped him in the street for all to see, the great Batman broken at last. It is one of the most shocking images in all the Batman's history. The unbreakable man broken, the tireless man run into the ground, the Guardian who had always been in control, reduced to a paralyzed thing who could not move his own legs. And it drove home a truth the legend had always resisted, that for all his will and all his discipline, the Batman was only ever a man, mortal and breakable, and that even the strongest will in the world can be worn down and shattered if the enemy is patient enough and cruel enough. The city's protector was gone, his back broken, his war seemingly ended forever. What followed was its own dark chapter, for the crippled Batman, unable to continue, chose another man to wear the mask in his absence, and that replacement, a troubled soul with deep wounds of his own, came apart inside the costume, growing more violent and more unstable, abandoning the Batman's careful mercy, redesigning the suit into something armored and bladed and frightening, drifting toward the very killing that the true Batman had always refused. Gotham found itself protected now by a Batman who was becoming a monster, and the lesson of it was clear and cold, that the costume alone does not make the hero, that without the rule and the restraint and the grief held rightly, the symbol can curdle into something terrible. But the true Batman was not finished. Slowly, painfully, through a long ordeal of healing and sheer stubborn will, Bruce Wayne recovered, his broken spine mended by means as strange as everything else in his world, and he took up his training again from the very beginning, rebuilding himself piece by piece, and at last he returned. He had to fight his own replacement to reclaim the mantle, to take back the cowl from the man who had twisted it, and then he faced Bane once more, and this time he was ready, and this time he won. Not through brute strength, which he could never match, but through cunning and discipline, and the patient intelligence that had always been his truest weapon. The Batman was back, and Gotham had its true guardian again. The story of the breaking of the Bat is, in the end, a story about what the Batman truly is. For it took everything from him, his strength, his mobility, his very war, stripped him down to nothing, and then showed that the thing which made him the Batman was none of those things but rather the will beneath them, the same stubborn refusal to surrender that had carried a grieving child out of a dark alley all those years before. Break his body, break his war, break everything, and still that will remained, and rebuilt him, and brought him back. He was broken as thoroughly as a man can be broken, and he rose again, because rising again, refusing to stay down, is the deepest and truest thing about him. Let the broken and the rebuilt Batman rest a while now, and let the long ordeal of his breaking and his healing settle into stillness. The night still has a way to go, and gentler and stranger tales are waiting in it yet. Let us turn now to an enemy who never laid a hand on the Batman at all, and did not need to, for his weapon was something far more intimate, the oldest and deepest weapon there is, the weapon of fear itself. Fear is the thread that runs through the whole of the Batman story, for the Batman himself is a creature built entirely out of fear, a man who took the terror that had lived in him since childhood and forged it into a weapon to use against the wicked, And so it is fitting and a little eerie that one of his oldest and most persistent enemies should be a man who devoted his entire life to the study of fear, and who learned, in the end, to bottle it and pour it out upon others. His name is Jonathan Crane, though the world knows him as the Scarecrow, and his is a quiet and unsettling tale. Jonathan Crane was, in the beginning, a thin and awkward and unloved child, bullied and mocked and frightened, growing up lonely and afraid, and out of that frightened childhood grew a lifelong obsession, not with escaping fear, as most people would wish, but with understanding it, mastering it, turning it from something that was done to him into something he could do to others. He grew up to become a professor of psychology, a scholar of terror, studying the way fear works upon the human mind, what it does to the body, how it can be triggered and amplified and controlled. And his obsession grew darker and stranger, until at last he crossed the line from studying fear to weaponizing it. He developed a toxin, a fear gas of his own devising, that when breathed in floods its victims with pure, overwhelming terror, dragging up from the depths of the mind each person's most private and most secret fears, and making them seem horribly real, so that a person dosed with it sees their worst nightmares standing before them, clawing toward them out of the dark. It is a peculiarly intimate cruelty, this weapon, for it does not attack the body at all, but reaches directly into the mind and turns a person's own fear against them. And it makes the Scarecrow one of the most unsettling of all the Batman's foes. For what he does to his victims is to trap them, briefly, inside their own worst terror. And he took a costume to match his purpose, a ragged and frightening thing, dressing himself as the Scarecrow that gives him his name, a gaunt figure of burlap and straw meant to embody terror itself, a living nightmare stalking the dark. And he set about his work, dosing the city with his fear gas, delighting in the terror he could sow, a scholar of fear at last able to conduct his experiments upon the whole of Gotham. He is not, in the ordinary sense, a violent man. His pleasure is not in blood but in fear, in the study of it, in watching what terror does to people, and there is something coldly academic in his cruelty that is its own kind of horror. But here is what makes the Scarecrow so fascinating an enemy, for the Batman in particular, for the two of them are, in a strange way, two students of the same dark subject. Both built their lives around fear. Both took the terror of a frightened childhood and turned it into a weapon. Both understood, as few others do, exactly how fear works upon the human heart. The difference between them is only the direction they aimed it, for the Batman uses fear to protect the innocent, wielding it against the guilty so that the good may sleep safe, while the Scarecrow uses it to torment the innocent, pouring terror out upon anyone at all for the cold pleasure of study. They are dark reflections of each other, the two masters of fear, and their battles are a kind of duel between two men who have each spent their lives on the same strange and shadowed ground. There is a special peril for the Batman in facing the Scarecrow, for when the fear gas takes him, as it sometimes does, it drags up his own deepest terror, and his deepest terror is always the same: the alley, the gunshots, his parents falling, the pearls scattering across the wet ground. The Scarecrow's weapon forces the Batman to relive, again and again, the very moment that made him, the worst night of his life played out before his eyes. And there is a terrible cruelty in that, in a weapon that reaches into the strongest man in Gotham and finds, at the bottom of him, the frightened child he has never quite stopped being. And yet the Batman always fights his way through it. always masters the fear, because mastering fear is the thing he has spent his whole life learning to do, and in the end he knows the terrain of terror even better than the Scarecrow does. The Scarecrow endures, across the years, one of the Batman's most persistent foes, precisely because he embodies the theme at the very heart of the whole legend, the theme of fear and what we do with it. For the entire story of the Batman is, at bottom, a story about fear, about a boy who was made by terror and who chose, unlike the Scarecrow, to turn his fear outward into protection rather than cruelty, to become the thing in the dark that guards the frightened rather than the thing that torments them. The two of them, the Batman and the Scarecrow, are the two possible answers to the same terrible question: what a frightened child might do with the fear that shaped him. And the Batman is the proof that even fear, even the deepest terror, can be turned, if the heart is strong enough, toward the good. Let the ragged figure of the Scarecrow fade back now into the dark of the cornfields and the shadows, and let his fear gas disperse and drift away on the night wind, for there is nothing here that can reach you, nothing to fear at all, only a story, softening now toward stillness. Let us turn next to a stranger and more tender tale, of a child who came to the Batman out of nowhere, cold and deadly and impossibly his own, the son he never knew he had. You will remember Talia, the daughter of the ancient immortal Ra's al Ghul, the woman who loved the Batman across an unbridgeable divide. Their doomed love had a consequence that the Batman did not learn of for many years, a secret his enemies kept from him, and when at last it came to him, it came in the form of a cold and deadly 10-year-old boy who arrived on his doorstep and announced that he was the Batman's son. His name was Damian, and his is one of the strangest and most moving stories in all the Batman's long life, a tale of a father and a son who barely knew each other, trying to bridge an impossible distance. Damian had been raised entirely by his mother and grandfather among the League of Assassins, and he had been shaped, from his earliest breath, into a perfect weapon. In some tellings, his very body had been engineered and grown to be flawless, and in all of them he had been trained to kill before he could properly read, raised among murderers, taught that mercy was weakness and death was a craft to be mastered, drilled in the arts of the assassin until he was, at 10 years old, one of the deadliest people alive. And then his mother, for reasons of her own, delivered this cold and arrogant little killer to his father, and the Batman found himself, suddenly and without warning, the parent of a child who had been made into everything he had spent his life fighting. It was a difficult meeting, to put it gently. Damian was proud, imperious, contemptuous, utterly convinced of his own superiority, and casually willing to kill, speaking of ending lives as easily as another child might speak of a game. He looked down on his father's refusal to kill as foolishness and weakness, sneered at the bright legacy of the Robins, and demanded his place as the heir to the Batman's mantle, as though it were his by right. He was, in short, almost impossible to love, a cold and violent stranger who happened to share the Batman's blood, and the Batman, who had never planned to be a father, found himself faced with the hardest task of his life, to take this weapon that his enemies had made of his own son, and to turn it, somehow, back into a boy. And so began the long, slow, difficult work of it, the Batman trying to teach his son the values he had been raised to despise, to show him that there was another way to be strong than through killing, to reach the frightened and lonely child that surely lay somewhere beneath all that cold arrogance. It did not come easily, for the two of them were so alike in their pride and their stubbornness, and so unlike in everything else, and they clashed again and again, the father who would not kill and the son who had been made to. But slowly, across the months and the years, something began to change in Damien. A thaw, a softening, the first stirrings of a conscience, the beginnings of a heart. Much of that change came not from the Batman himself, but from an unexpected quarter. For during a time when the Batman was believed lost, it was the first Robin, Dick Grayson, grown now into a man, who took up the mantle of the Batman for a while, and who took the difficult boy Damien as his own Robin. And the warm and patient Dick Grayson, who had himself been a grieving child once and had healed, was exactly what the cold little killer needed. A partner who was light where he was dark, patient where he was proud. And under Dick's gentler guidance, Damien began, at last, to become something other than a weapon, to become, slowly, a hero, and even, slowly, a boy. It is one of the loveliest turns in the whole saga, the bright first Robin healing the broken newest one, the cycle of grief and rescue turning once more. Damien never became soft, exactly, never lost his sharp edges or his pride, but he became good, chose his father's way over his mother's, chose to protect rather than to kill, chose the light, and in doing so he became one of the most beloved of all the Robins, precisely because his goodness was so hard won, so fought for, so clearly a choice made against everything he had been raised to be. To watch a child who had been made into a weapon slowly choose, against all his training, to become a hero instead, is to watch something genuinely moving, a small triumph of love and patience over cruelty, and it is one of the warmest threads in the Batman's later years. The story of Damien is not without its sorrows, for the boy who had been made a weapon was, in time, taken from the Batman in the cruelest of ways, sacrificed in the course of his heroism, dying young after he had at last learned to be good, and the grief of it was one of the deepest the Batman ever knew, the loss of the son he had fought so hard to save. But in the Batman's world, as we have seen, even death is not always final, and Damien, like the others, would in time be returned, restored to life and to his father, so that the story of the weapon who became a boy did not end in the grave, but continued, the father and the son given, against all odds, more time together. Beneath all its strangeness, the tale of Damian Wayne is really a story about a father trying to give his child the childhood that was stolen from them both. For the Batman, who had lost his own childhood in an alley, and Damien, who had never been allowed a childhood at all, found in each other a chance to heal something ancient, to break, at last, the long chain of stolen childhoods and grieving children that runs through the whole of the Batman's life. In saving his son, the Batman was, in some deep way, reaching back to save the boy he himself had once been, and there is a great tenderness in that, in the grim and lonely man learning, so late and so imperfectly, how to be a father. Let the cold little boy who learned at last to be warm fade gently now into the quiet, and let the story of the sun settle into stillness. The night is growing deep, and we have only a few tales left. Let us turn now to a darker chapter, to a time when the whole of Gotham itself was lost, abandoned by the world and left to die, and to how the Batman refused, even then, to give up on the city that had made him. Gotham City has always been almost a character in the Batman's story, a dark and troubled place that seems to draw disaster to itself, and there came a time when the city suffered the greatest catastrophe of all, when it was struck down and then abandoned and left to die, and the Batman had to decide whether to give up on the city that had taken everything from him, or to stay and fight for it when the whole world had turned away. This is the story of the long, dark year that came to be called No Man's Land. It began with a great earthquake, a tremendous convulsion of the earth that struck Gotham without warning and brought much of it crashing down, toppling its towers, cracking its streets, killing untold numbers, and leaving whole districts in smoking ruin. It was a disaster on a terrible scale, and in the aftermath the city was broken, its infrastructure shattered, its people desperate, and it needed, more than it had ever needed anything, the help of the wider world to rebuild. And the wider world, in the cruelest turn of all, refused to give it. For the government, looking at the ruined and violent and troubled city, decided that Gotham was not worth saving, that it was a lost cause, a hopeless sink of crime and disaster, and rather than pour resources into rebuilding it, they chose instead to cut it loose entirely. And so they did something almost unimaginable. They declared Gotham to be no longer a part of the nation, evacuated everyone who could be evacuated, and then blew the bridges that connected the city to the mainland, sealing it off, walling it away, leaving everyone who remained inside to fend entirely for themselves, with no law, no power, no aid, no way out. Gotham was abandoned, cut off from the world, a great ruined city full of the desperate and the trapped, given up for dead and left to rot behind a wall of water and rubble, and it descended, quickly, into a lawless wilderness, a place of gangs and warlords and every man for himself. For the better part of a year, the ruined city was a place without law or hope, its neighborhoods carved up into territories by the gangs and the madmen, its familiar villains transformed into warlords ruling shattered little kingdoms of brick and ash, its survivors scavenging in the dark, marking their claimed territory with painted symbols, struggling simply to live. It was a nightmare vision, a great modern city returned to savagery, and the bleakness of it, the sheer despair of a place the whole world had given up on and sealed away to die, is one of the darkest things the Batman story has ever imagined. But the Batman did not leave. When the bridges were blown and the world turned away, when everyone who could flee had fled, the Batman stayed, because Gotham was his city, the city that had made him, the city he had sworn to protect, and he would not abandon it even when the whole world had. And so he remained inside the walls, in the ruins, one man against the anarchy, and he set about the impossible task of taking his city back, not all at once, which was beyond even him, but slowly, patiently, block by block, street by street, reclaiming Gotham from the warlords one small piece at a time, planting his own symbol where the gangs had planted theirs, a promise that this ground, at least, was protected now. He was not entirely alone in it, for the honest Gordon was there too, holding together a small band of loyal police officers, fighting his own desperate battle to keep some flicker of law alive in the darkness. And there were others, allies and former partners, who slipped into the ruined city to stand with the Batman in its darkest hour. And slowly, against all odds, through a long and grinding year of struggle, they began to win, began to push back the anarchy, block by reclaimed block, until at last the tide turned, and the city, against everyone's expectations, began to come back to life, and eventually the wall came down, and Gotham was rejoined to the world it had been cast out of. The story of No Man's Land is, in the end, a story about loyalty, about a man who would not give up on his home even when the whole world had, and about the strange and stubborn love that binds the Batman to his troubled city. For Gotham had never been kind to him. It had taken his parents, broken his friends, filled his nights with madmen and horror, and here it had been struck down and abandoned and turned into a hell. And still he would not leave it. Still he stayed and fought for it, block by block, because it was his, because he had promised, because a city, like a person, does not stop deserving to be saved simply because it has fallen low. There is something deeply moving in that refusal, that loyalty to a place that had given him so little and cost him so much. And there is a quiet truth in it, too, about the Batman himself, for his refusal to abandon his broken city is really the same refusal that runs through the whole of his life, the refusal to give up, the refusal to accept that anything or anyone is truly beyond saving. He would not give up on Harvey Dent, would not give up on his broken enemies, would not give up on his lost sons, and he would not give up on Gotham, not even when it lay in ruins and the whole world had walled it away to die. It is perhaps the deepest thing about him, that stubborn, unreasonable, magnificent refusal to give up, and it saved his city, in the end, one reclaimed block at a time. Let the ruined city rebuild itself now, in the quiet of your mind, its bridges rising again, its lights coming back on one by one across the dark, and let the long year of its abandonment fade into a story of endurance and return. We are drawing near the end of the night now, and only a few gentle tales remain. Let us turn next to a quieter kind of story, a strange and beautiful meditation on the Batman himself, and on how, in the end, his story might be told. There is a story, one of the strangest and loveliest ever told about the Batman, that does not take place in the ordinary world at all, but somewhere dreamlike and uncertain, at the very end of things, and it asks a simple and haunting question, which is how the story of the Batman might finally end, and what it would mean, and whether it can end at all. It is a quiet, mysterious, beautiful tale, and it is the perfect kind of story to drift through as the night grows deep and sleep draws near. It begins at a funeral. The Batman is dead in this story, and all the people who ever knew him have gathered in a small dim room to mourn him and to remember his friends and his allies, and strangely, his enemies too. The whole cast of his long life come together in the shadows to pay their respects and to tell the story of how he died. And one by one they rise, and one by one they tell the tale of his death. And here is the strange and dreamlike thing, that every single one of them tells it differently, and every single version contradicts the others, and yet somehow every one of them is true. One mourner tells of a Batman who died in one way, nobly saving another, and it is a complete and moving story, and you believe it. And then another mourner rises and tells of a Batman who died in an entirely different way, in a different place, for a different reason, and that story too is complete and moving and true. Version after version, each teller giving the Batman a different death, a different ending, some heroic and some sad and some strange, and none of them agreeing, and all of them, impossibly, real, so that the Batman seems to have died 100 deaths, to have had 100 endings, none of them final, none of them the whole truth. And watching all of this, drifting through his own funeral like a ghost, is the Batman himself, or his spirit, or his soul, bewildered, trying to understand what is happening to him, what all these contradictory stories mean, why he cannot seem to find his one true ending among them. And a gentle guide appears to him, to walk him through it, and slowly he comes to understand the strange truth of what he is witnessing, which is that these are not really the story of how he died at all, but the story of who he is, told over and over, in every possible way, by everyone whose life he ever touched. For the meaning of it, the guide explains, The meaning of all these deaths that are not quite deaths is this: the Batman can never really be allowed to end. He can die 1,000 times in 1,000 ways, and it will never truly finish him, because he is not really a single man with a single life and a single death, but something larger, an idea, a story that must always be told again, a light that must always be kept burning. Every time the story reaches its end, it begins again. Every time the Batman falls, he rises. Every time the darkness seems to win, a boy kneels in an alley and makes a promise and puts on the cowl and goes out once more into the night, forever and forever, world without end. And the Batman, hearing this, understands at last, and there is something in it that is both a blessing and a kind of sentence, both a comfort and a sorrow, for it means that he will never truly rest, never truly finish, never reach the end of his long war and lay the burden down. But it means too that he can never truly be defeated, that no matter how dark the night or how heavy the loss, he will always get up, always keep his promise, always go out again to stand between the innocent and the dark. His reward and his fate is simply to go on, to keep fighting the good fight forever, to be, always and endlessly, the Batman. It is a strange and beautiful idea, and a deeply comforting one in its way, especially here in the quiet of the night. For it says that goodness does not really die, that the light does not really go out, that no matter how many endings come, the story simply begins again. The Guardian returns, the watch is kept. Somewhere, always, a boy is making a promise in an alley. Somewhere, always, a dark figure is rising to keep it. Somewhere, always, the light is burning against the clouds, and someone is standing between the sleeping city and the night. The Batman does not end, because what he is does not end, because the thing he stands for, the refusal to let the darkness win, is older than any single man and will outlast them all. And so, in the story, the Batman accepts his strange eternity and steps forward once more into the beginning, back into the alley, back into the promise, back into the long and endless night of his war, not with despair, but with a kind of peace, understanding at last that this is who he is and always will be, the one who rises, the one who returns, the one who keeps the watch forever. And there is no sorrow in it in the end, only a deep and quiet acceptance, the acceptance of a purpose that will never be finished and a light that will never go out. Let that gentle, dreamlike story stay with you now as the night deepens, the image of the light that always returns, the guardian who cannot be defeated, the story that begins again and again without end. A few quieter tales remain to us yet before the dawn, gentler stories of the city's stranger rogues and of the Batman's long watch over them. Let us turn next to one of the oldest and most peculiar of his enemies, a man who cannot help but leave a trail of clues behind him, and who plays, forever, a losing game against the world's greatest detective. Not all of the Batman's enemies are creatures of tragedy or horror, and some of them are almost gentle by comparison, driven not by grief or madness or cruelty, but by strange compulsions they cannot control. And among the oldest and most peculiar of these is the man who calls himself the Riddler. His is a quieter story than most, and a curious one, for it is the tale of a man whose own cleverness is the trap that catches him, again and again, and it makes for a soothing sort of drift on a late and quiet night. The Riddler is a man named Edward, brilliant and proud and endlessly clever, who as a child discovered that he was better at puzzles and games and riddles than anyone around him, and who built his whole sense of himself around that cleverness, around the need to prove over and over that he was the smartest person in any room. And when he turned to crime, as so many of Gotham's clever and broken souls do, he brought that need with him, and it became his defining and self-defeating compulsion. For the Riddler cannot simply commit a crime and slip away. He must leave a clue. He must leave a riddle, a puzzle, a taunting hint of what he means to do and where and how, practically daring the world to stop him, because a victory that no one saw coming, a crime that was not also a game outwitted, would mean nothing to him at all. It is a strange and almost tragic compulsion, this need to be clever in front of an audience, this inability to win quietly, for it means that the Riddler is forever handing his enemies the very key to his own defeat. He leaves his riddles, and the riddles lead the Batman straight to him, and he is caught, again and again, undone every time by the very cleverness he is so desperate to display. He could be a far more successful criminal if he could only bring himself to be quiet, to be simple, to commit his crimes without the games, but he cannot, for the game is the whole point, the cleverness is the whole point, and a crime without a riddle would give him no satisfaction at all. And of course, in choosing to play his game against the Batman, the Riddler has chosen the worst possible opponent, for the Batman is the world's greatest detective, a mind built precisely for the unraveling of puzzles, and so the Riddler's compulsion pits him, over and over, against the one man in Gotham most certain to solve whatever riddle he sets. It is a losing game, and some part of the Riddler must know it, and yet he cannot stop playing it, cannot resist the deep need to test himself against the greatest mind in the city, to prove, just once, that he is cleverer than the Batman, a proof that never quite comes, that is always just out of reach, that keeps him coming back to lose again. There is a loneliness beneath the Riddler's games, if you look for it, the loneliness of a man who has reduced everything, even his crimes, even his enemies, to a puzzle to be solved, who cannot connect with the world except through the cold satisfaction of being cleverer than it, and who is doomed, by that very need, never to win the recognition he craves. His riddles are, in a way, a cry for attention, a desperate demand to be seen and acknowledged as the brilliant man he believes himself to be, and the tragedy of him is that the cleverness he is so proud of is the very thing that ensures he will always be caught, always be beaten, always be the fool who could not resist showing off. And yet there is something almost endearing about him too, amid all his vanity, a kind of theatrical delight, a genuine love of the game for its own sake, and the Batman's battles with him are often lighter and stranger than his other wars, a duel of wits rather than a struggle of life and death, a chess match played across the city. For the Riddler rarely wishes to kill, not really. What he wants is to be outsmarted, to play the game and have it played back at him by a worthy opponent. And in the Batman he has found the one player in Gotham who can always, in the end, meet him riddle for riddle and beat him at his own game. There is almost a kind of relationship in it, a strange and bloodless rivalry between two clever men who each in his way needs the other. The Riddler endures, across the long years, one of the Batman's most persistent foes, precisely because he is so different from the rest, a reminder that not every darkness in Gotham is a matter of grief and horror, that some of the city's broken souls are broken in quieter and stranger ways, undone by pride and compulsion and the desperate need to be seen. And there is something restful, on a night like this, in a villain whose crimes are really only games, whose menace is really only vanity, whose whole long war with the Batman is, at bottom, a puzzle endlessly set and endlessly solved, a gentle and repeating rhythm of riddle and answer, played out across the years. Let the Riddler set his last puzzle and let it be solved, and let his clever games fade into the quiet. For there is no puzzle you need to solve tonight, nothing to work out, nothing to figure, only stillness and warmth, and the slow drift towards sleep. Let us turn next to a very different creature of the city, a woman who loves the green and growing things of the world so fiercely that she has come to stand against the whole human race, and whose story is tangled, like a vine, with beauty and with sorrow. Among the Batman's enemies there is one who is not really wicked at all, not in the ordinary sense, but who loves something so fiercely and so single-mindedly that her love itself has become a kind of danger, and hers is a green and growing story, tangled with beauty and with a genuine sorrow. Her name is Pamela Isley, and the world knows her as Poison Ivy, and on a quiet night her tale is like a walk through an overgrown and abandoned garden, lovely and a little sad. She was, in the beginning, a botanist, a scientist devoted to the study of plants, a quiet woman who had always felt more at home among growing things than among people, who loved the green world with a depth and a passion that set her apart. And through an experiment, or an accident, or the cruelty of a mentor who used her as a subject, she was transformed. Her body changed and infused with the essence of the plants she loved, so that she became something between a woman and a growing thing herself, able to command all the plants of the world, to make vines grow and flowers bloom at a thought, and able too to bend people to her will with intoxicating toxins and perfumes, a creature of pollen and poison and terrible beauty. But the deepest change was not in her body but in her heart, for her love of the green world, always intense, became after her transformation a total and consuming devotion, and alongside it grew a fierce and bitter hatred of the human beings who poison the earth, who cut down the forests and foul the rivers and pave over the growing things she loved. She came to see humanity as a plague upon the planet, a disease killing the green world she cherished, and she set herself against it, committing her crimes not for money or power, but in defense of nature, striking at those who harmed the environment, dreaming of a world reclaimed by the wild, where the vines would pull down the towers, and the forests would swallow the cities, and the green would rule again. It makes her one of the most sympathetic of all the Batman's enemies, for her cause is not entirely wrong, and her love is genuine, and there is real grief beneath her fury, the grief of someone watching the thing she loves most be destroyed, and feeling powerless to stop it by any gentle means. She is a villain, and her methods are cruel, and she thinks little enough of human life, but her heart is set on something beautiful, the protection of the living green world, and the Batman, in facing her, often finds himself caught between stopping her crimes and quietly sympathizing with the love that drives them. She is not a monster, but a woman who loved the wrong thing too much, or the right thing too fiercely, and lost her way in the loving. There is a genuine tension in her story that the Batman feels keenly, for he cannot condemn her love of the natural world, cannot say that she is wrong to grieve for what humanity does to the earth, and yet he cannot allow her to harm people in its defense, and so their conflicts carry a note of sorrow, of two people who might, in another world, have understood each other, divided by the terrible things her love has led her to do. She is beautiful and dangerous, and heartbroken, a woman half turned to flower, dreaming of a green and human empty world, and there is something haunting in her, in the image of her alone in some overgrown greenhouse, surrounded by the plants that are the only things she truly trusts. And there is, in her later story, an unexpected tenderness that softens her, for she found, at last, a friend, another of the Batman's troubled enemies, a woman as wounded as herself, and the deep and gentle friendship that grew between the two of them became one of the most beloved relationships in all the Batman's world. For Poison Ivy, who had turned away from all of humanity in her grief, who trusted plants over people, and had closed her heart to her own kind, found in that friendship a reason to open it again, a single human bond that reached her where nothing else could, a warmth amid all her green and lonely rage. It is a lovely thing, that friendship, a reminder that even the most closed and wounded heart can be reached, that even a woman who had given up on people could find, in one true friend, a way back toward connection. The story of Poison Ivy is, in the end, a story about love turned to grief, and grief turned to fury, about a heart so devoted to the beauty of the world that it broke against the world's cruelty. And there is a great sadness in it, and a great beauty, like the beauty of a wild and overgrown place reclaiming a ruin. She is a villain, yes, but she is also a mourner, grieving for the green world, and the Batman, who is himself a mourner, who has built his whole life around a grief he cannot release, understands her perhaps better than he would like to admit, and treats her, often, with a gentleness that surprises even him. Let the vines grow still now, and the green world settle into quiet, and let the image of the overgrown garden fade softly into the dark. We have wandered among gentler tales now, and the night is very deep, and sleep must be drawing near. Let us turn to one more of the strange, transformed souls of Gotham, a man who lost his very face and his very self, and whose story is one of the loneliest in all the city. Gotham is a city of transformations, of people remade into things they never meant to become, and among the strangest and loneliest of these is the shapeless creature called Clayface, a man of living clay who can wear any face in the world except, in the end, his own. His is a quiet tragedy, and it whispers of a fear we all know a little, the fear of losing ourselves, of forgetting who we truly are beneath all the faces we wear for the world, and it is a fitting tale for the deep and dreamy hours of the night. There have been several who bore the name across the years, but the most haunting of them was, in the beginning, an actor, a man who had built his life and his pride around his face and his ability to transform himself into other people upon the stage and the screen. He was a performer growing old, watching his fame fade and his roles dry up, desperate to hold on to the career and the identity that were slipping away from him. And in that desperation he took a terrible risk, exposing himself to a strange substance that promised to let him change his appearance at will, to become any face he wished, to play any part forever. But the transformation went further than he had ever intended, for the substance did not merely let him change his face, it changed his whole body, remaking him into a being of living, malleable clay, able to reshape himself into any form at all, any person, any face, but at a terrible cost, for the more shapes he wore, the more he lost hold of his own, until the man he had been, the actor with the face he had been so proud of, dissolved away into the clay, and he could no longer quite remember what his true form had looked like, could no longer find, beneath all the borrowed faces, the face that was really his. He had gained the power to be anyone, and in gaining it, he had lost the ability to be himself. Imagine the loneliness of that. A creature who can wear any face in the world and has none of his own, who can become anyone and is, underneath, no one, a shapeless thing of clay, endlessly taking on the shapes of others because it has forgotten its own shape entirely. He can walk among people wearing a borrowed face, can be a friend, a lover, a stranger, anyone at all, and yet no one ever sees him, the real him, because there is no real him left to see, only the clay and the endless masks. It is a horror, but a deeply sad one, the horror of a self dissolved, an identity lost, a man who traded his one true face for 1,000 false ones and can never get it back. His crimes, when he commits them, often turn on that terrible gift, slipping into others' lives by wearing their faces, deceiving and infiltrating and impersonating. And there is a real menace in an enemy who could be anyone, who might be wearing the face of someone you trust even now. But beneath the menace there is always that ache of loneliness, that longing for the self he lost. And in the better stories, Clayface is less a villain to be feared than a lost soul to be pitied, a creature who only ever wanted to be seen and remembered, and who ended up unable to be seen at all, formless and forgotten beneath the shapes of everyone else. There is a hope in some tellings, even for him, for there are stories in which Clayface, weary of his endless masks, tries to find his way back toward being a person again, tries to remember who he was and to use his terrible gift for good, to become, of all things, a hero, and for a while he manages it, and it is genuinely moving, the sight of the lost and shapeless creature reaching back toward the humanity he thought he had dissolved away forever. It does not always last, and the clay is always pulling at him, always threatening to dissolve his fragile hold on himself once more. But the reaching is real, and the Batman, who knows something about lost selves and borrowed faces, is often the one who believes in him, who sees the person beneath the clay and refuses to give up on it. The story of Clayface is, at heart, a story about identity, about the fear of losing ourselves beneath the roles we play, about how much of who we are is our face, our form, the single self we carry through the world, and what would be left of us if that were taken away. And there is something quietly profound in it, and quietly comforting too, in the way the Batman looks at the shapeless, faceless creature and still sees a person there, still believes that beneath all the lost and borrowed faces there is a soul worth saving. For if even Clayface, who has forgotten his own face entirely, can still be seen and still be reached, then perhaps no self is ever truly lost, only buried, waiting to be remembered. Let the shapeless creature settle now into stillness, and let its endless faces grow quiet and still, and hold on to your own true self, warm and whole and safe here in the dark, as sleep draws nearer. We are nearing the very end of the night now, with only a tale or two remaining. Let us turn next to a story not of the Batman alone, but of the mighty company he sometimes keeps, and of the day his greatest strength, his endless caution, nearly became his greatest sin. Though we have spoken of the Batman mostly as a lone figure watching over his single dark city, he does not always work alone, for he is also a member of a great company of heroes, standing shoulder to shoulder with beings of almost godlike power, men who can fly and outrun light and lift mountains, and he, a mere mortal with no powers at all, holds his place among them through sheer will and cunning and preparation. And there is a story about that company, and about the Batman's place in it, that reveals something troubling and profound about who he is. The story of the day his greatest strength became his greatest sin. The Batman's power, among those gods, was always his mind, his endless preparation, his refusal ever to be caught unready, and he applied that gift, quietly and in secret, to a chilling task. For the Batman had looked at his mighty friends, at these near-omnipotent beings he fought beside, and he had thought, in his careful, fearful way, about what would happen if any of them ever turned, if one of these gods ever went mad, or was corrupted, or turned against the world. And so, in secret, telling no one, he had studied each of his friends, learned their weaknesses, and devised a detailed plan to defeat and neutralize every single one of them, a way to bring down each of the most powerful beings on Earth, should the terrible need ever arise. He kept these plans hidden, a private insurance against catastrophe, loaded weapons aimed at the hearts of the people who trusted him most. And then, as such things always do in his world, the plans were stolen. One of his enemies, that ancient and cunning immortal we met earlier in the night, broke into the Batman's secret files and took the contingency plans and turned them against the very heroes they had been designed to stop, striking each of the Batman's mighty friends with the precise weakness the Batman himself had so carefully catalogued. One by one, the gods fell, brought down by the plans of their own ally, each of them nearly killed by the weakness the Batman had discovered and written down, and the great company of heroes was brought to the very edge of destruction by the careful, fearful foresight of the one mortal among them. They survived barely and set things right, as heroes do, but when it was over and they learned the truth, that it was the Batman's own secret plans that had nearly killed them all, the trust between them shattered. His friends were horrified and hurt and angry, for they had trusted him, had let him into their circle, had fought beside him and believed he was one of them, and now they learned that all the while he had been secretly studying how to destroy them, keeping a weapon aimed at each of their hearts. It felt like a betrayal, and a deep one, and for a long time the Batman was cast out from their company, alone again, undone by the very caution that was supposed to keep everyone safe. And here is the troubling heart of the story, for the Batman was not entirely wrong, and yet he was not entirely right either, and the tale refuses to let him off easily. He would argue, and did, that his plans were only prudent, that beings so powerful should have some check upon them, that if one of the gods ever did turn, the world would be grateful that someone had thought ahead. And there is truth in that. But there is also something genuinely disturbing in it, in a man so unable to trust, even his closest friends, that he prepares in secret for their betrayal, in a heart so ruled by fear of the worst that it cannot rest, cannot simply believe, for a single moment, that the people beside him are what they seem. For that is the deepest thing the story reveals about the Batman, the thing beneath all his heroism, that his mind is a genuinely frightening place, a place of endless imagined disasters and endless prepared betrayals, where every friend is also a potential threat to be neutralized, and every quiet moment is only a lull before the next catastrophe he must already be ready for. His preparation, which saves the world so often, is also a kind of torment, the ceaseless vigilance of a man who cannot ever, for a single moment, allow himself to believe that things might simply be all right, and there is a loneliness in that, and a sorrow that runs even deeper than the loneliness of his lost parents or his failed loves. And yet the story does not end in his exile, for in time the Batman earned his way back into the company of heroes, slowly, painfully, by proving himself again, and his friends came to understand, if not to fully forgive, the fear that had driven him, and the strange truth that his very paranoia was also a kind of devotion, a terrible expression of how seriously he took the danger, how much he cared about protecting the world even from the ones he loved. It is a hard reconciliation and an incomplete one, but it holds, and the mortal takes his place once more among the gods, trusted again, if a little more warily, the one who thinks of everything, the one who is always ready, the one who lies awake imagining the worst so that the rest of them can sleep. Let the great company of heroes settle now into their own rest, and let the Batman's endless vigilance ease, just for tonight, into something like peace. The night is deep now, and a few last quiet tales remain before the dawn. Let us turn next to one of the oldest of all the Batman's foes, a small and strange and curiously dignified man, a gentleman of crime who was mocked all his life and built himself an empire out of spite. Among the whole strange gallery of the Batman's enemies, there is one who stands apart for being, of all things, entirely sane, a man untouched by madness or fear toxin or chemical transformation, who chose his life of crime with a clear and calculating mind, and who is, in his own peculiar way, one of the most successful criminals in all of Gotham. He is a short and round little man with a long nose and a fondness for fine clothes and top hats and umbrellas, and the world, cruelly, has always called him the Penguin, and his is a story of pride and spite and the long revenge of a mocked and lonely child. Oswald Cobblepot was born to an old and once wealthy family that had fallen on hard times, and he was, from his earliest days, an object of ridicule, a short and stout and odd-looking boy, mocked for his appearance, for his strange waddling walk, for his beak-like nose, teased and bullied and made to feel, always, that he did not belong among the fine society to which his family had once belonged. And something in him hardened against all that mockery, and he resolved, in his cold and clever way, that he would show them all, that he would claw his way to the wealth and the respect and the power that had been denied him, and that he would do it no matter what it took. And so he became a criminal, but not a common thug, for the Penguin has always fancied himself a gentleman, a man of taste and refinement, and he built his empire in the manner of a gentleman of crime, running a fashionable nightclub as a front, dealing in information and stolen goods and the quiet machinery of the underworld, a fixer and a kingpin who kept his own hands relatively clean while pulling the strings of half the city's crime from behind a veneer of respectability. He carries an umbrella always, but it is never quite only an umbrella, hiding within it any number of clever weapons and devices, and he moves through Gotham's underworld with a cold and clever competence that has made him, over the years, one of its most enduring powers. What makes the Penguin so interesting an enemy for the Batman is precisely that he is sane, that he is not driven by madness or trauma or some chemical accident, but by an entirely comprehensible human hunger, the hunger for respect, for status, for a place among the very society that once mocked and rejected him. He wants, more than money even, to be taken seriously, to be a somebody, to sit among the fine people of Gotham as an equal rather than a joke. And every crime he commits, every scheme he runs, is in service of that deep and lifelong need to prove that the mocked little boy he once was is worthy after all. There is a loneliness beneath his fine clothes and his grand manners, the loneliness of a man forever trying to buy his way into a world that never wanted him. His battles with the Batman are often lighter than the darker wars of the gallery, a matter of schemes and heists and the patient unraveling of criminal enterprises rather than life and death. And there is something almost enjoyable in the Penguin's theatrical villainy, his pompous manners, his elaborate plots, his wounded dignity. But beneath it there is that real and human ache, the ache of the outsider, the mocked child grown into a man who has everything he schemed for and still, somehow, is not respected, is still a joke, is still, always, the Penguin. And the Batman, who understands loneliness, who was himself once a strange and solitary child, treats his oldest enemy with a certain weary familiarity, the two of them locked in a long and almost companionable rivalry that has run for the whole of both their lives. There is a strange dignity to the Penguin, in the end, a refusal to be beaten down by all the mockery, a stubborn insistence on his own worth in the face of a world that denied it, and though he chose a dark and criminal path to prove it, there is something almost admirable in the sheer persistence of him, the way he clawed his way up from ridicule to power through nothing but his own cold cleverness and iron will. He is a villain, and a genuine one, but he is also a survivor, a self-made man of the underworld, and his long story is, at bottom, the story of a mocked and lonely child who refused to accept the small place the world tried to give him, and built himself, out of spite and cleverness, an empire of his own. Let the little gentleman of crime settle now behind his fine desk in his fine club, and let his schemes and his umbrellas grow quiet in the dark. The night is very deep now, and sleep is surely drawing near, and there are only a few soft tales left. Let us turn next to one of the eeriest of the Batman's foes, a small and gentle-seeming man with a terrible power, who can reach into the minds of others and take away their very will. There is a small and disturbed man among the Batman's enemies, whose story is one of the eeriest of all, not because he is strong or fierce, for he is neither, but because his power reaches into the most private place there is, the mind itself, and takes away the one thing that is most truly our own, our will. He is a little man obsessed with an old children's story of a girl who fell down a hole into a nightmare world, and he has taken his name and his whole strange identity from a character in that tale, calling himself the Mad Hatter. His name is Jervis Tetch, and he was, in the beginning, a brilliant and troubled scientist, small and awkward and lonely, who became fixated on that old story of the girl in the world of wonders, seeing himself in its maddest character, and who turned his considerable genius toward a single dark purpose, the control of the human mind. He learned to build devices, hidden often within hats, that could reach into a person's brain and seize control of it, override their will, turn them into puppets who would walk and speak and obey his every command, while some horrified part of them watched, trapped and helpless from behind their own eyes. It is a peculiarly frightening power when you stop to think of it, more frightening in its way than any strength or weapon, for it takes from a person the very thing that makes them themselves, their freedom, their will, their control over their own body and mind, to be made a puppet in your own flesh, present but powerless, awake but unable to move or speak or resist, forced to do another's bidding while you scream silently inside, is a horror of a deep and intimate kind, and the Mad Hatter inflicts it casually, for his own strange purposes, gathering controlled and helpless people around him, like the guests at a mad tea party from the story he cannot stop reliving. For that is the saddest and strangest thing about him, that his crimes are so often in service of that old children's tale, that he is forever trying to recreate its scenes, to find his Alice, to hold his endless tea party, a lonely and broken man, lost so deeply in a story that he has confused it with the world, unable to tell the fantasy from the reality, trapped in a wonderland of his own troubled making. He is not grand or terrible in his ambitions. He is small and sad and mad, a lonely man reaching, through his terrible power, for a connection and a belonging he cannot find in any ordinary way, forcing others to be his companions because no one would choose to be. The Batman finds in the Mad Hatter a particularly unsettling foe, precisely because the threat he poses is so intimate, so hard to fight. For how do you battle an enemy who can turn your own allies against you, who can reach into the crowd and make anyone at all his weapon, who steals not lives but wills? And there is a horror too in the vulnerability the Hatter reveals, the reminder that the mind, which we like to think of as the one thing truly and inviolably our own, can be reached, invaded, taken, that the self is more fragile than we wish to believe. It is a theme that runs all through the Batman's world, the fragility of the mind, and the Mad Hatter is one of its purest and most frightening expressions. And yet there is pity in his story too, as there is in so many of the Batman's enemies, for beneath the horror of what he does, there is only a small, lonely, broken man, lost in a children's book, desperate for a companionship he does not know how to find, reaching for love and belonging in the only twisted way his madness allows. He is a villain, and what he does is genuinely terrible, but he is also a deeply sad figure, a soul that came apart around an old story, and the Batman, in stopping him, often seems to understand that he is dealing not with a monster, but with a lost and troubled child in a grown man's body, endlessly reliving a tale that can never come true. Let the mad little man and his stolen puppets fade now into the dark, and let his tea party grow quiet and still, and hold on to your own quiet will, your own free and drifting mind, here in the safety of the deepening night. We are very near the end now, with only a tale or two remaining before sleep. Let us turn next to a story of transformation and sorrow, of a good man who tried to give himself wings and became, instead, a monster of the night. There is a creature in Gotham's night that is a dark and tragic mirror of the Batman himself, a monster with a bat's wings and a bat's face, and yet where the Batman only wears the shape of a bat as a costume and a symbol, this creature truly became one, and lost his humanity in the becoming. His name, when he was still a man, was Kirk Langstrom, and his is a sorrowful story of good intentions gone terribly wrong. Kirk Langstrom was a scientist, a decent and dedicated man, and his particular study was bats, those creatures of the night that navigate the darkness by sound, and his work had a gentle and hopeful purpose, for he was trying to find a cure for deafness, studying the way bats hear and move through the dark in hopes of helping those who could not hear. It was good work, work meant to heal, and he pursued it with devotion. But he was also, like so many of the Batman's tragic figures, driven, impatient, willing to risk too much, and in his eagerness to prove his theories, he made the fatal choice to test his experimental serum on himself. At first it seemed to work, granting him something of a bat's extraordinary senses, but the transformation did not stop where he had meant it to stop, and it swept on beyond his control, remaking his body as it went, twisting him into a monstrous thing, part man and part bat, with leathery wings and clawed hands, and a snarling, inhuman face. And worse than the ruin of his body was the ruin of his mind, for as his form became that of a beast, so too did his thoughts, his human reason drowning beneath a rising tide of animal instinct, until the gentle scientist was gone and there was only the creature, the man-bat, a mindless, shrieking thing of the night, flying blind and savage over the rooftops of Gotham. There is a terrible irony in his story, and a terrible symmetry with the Batman's. For here were two men who each took the bat as their symbol. Each sought to gain something of its power, but where the Batman kept his humanity and merely wore the bat as a mask over it, Langstrom lost his humanity entirely and became the thing itself, a cautionary shadow of what the Batman might have become had he let the darkness take him all the way down. The Batman, seeing the creature, cannot help but see a version of himself, a man who reached for the power of the bat and was consumed by it, and there is a horror in that recognition, and a pity, and perhaps a private fear. And it is the pity that shapes the Batman's dealings with the Man-Bat, for he knows that the creature is not truly a villain, not evil, only a good man transformed against his will into a monster, a soul trapped inside a beast, and so the Batman's goal is never to destroy him but to save him, to find a way to reverse the transformation and bring back the man from within the monster, to return Kirk Langstrom to his own human shape and his own human mind. It is a rescue more than a battle, a matter of catching the creature and curing it rather than defeating it, and there is a tenderness in that, in the way the Batman refuses to see the shrieking monster as anything other than a person in need of saving. And sometimes he succeeds, and the man is restored and returns to his life and his work, only for the transformation to seize him again in some later story, the serum still in his blood, the beast always waiting to rise, so that Kirk Langstrom is doomed to a life of fearing his own body, of never quite knowing when the man will lose control and the monster will take over once more. It is a quiet and ongoing tragedy that life lived on the edge of transformation, and there is a sorrow in it that lingers, the sorrow of a good man who tried to heal and instead cursed himself, who must live forever with the beast inside him, held at bay but never truly banished. The story of the Man-Bat is, in the end, a story about the thin and fragile line between the human and the animal, between the self we control and the instincts that lie beneath, and about the terrible risk of reaching for a power we are not meant to hold. And it is a mirror, always, for the Batman, a reminder of the creature he might have become, the darkness he chose to master rather than surrender to. And perhaps that is why he is so gentle with the Man-Bat, so determined to save him, because in saving the man from the beast he is, in some quiet way, affirming his own choice, his own hard-won humanity, his own refusal to let the bat consume the man beneath. Let the winged creature settle now onto some high dark ledge and fold its wings and grow still, and let the gentle scientist rest easy within it for a while. We have come, now, nearly to the end of our long night of stories, and only a tale or two remain. Let us turn next to a story of what happened when the Batman himself was gone, and another had to take up the cowl and the cave and the long and lonely watch. There came a time in the long history of the Batman when Bruce Wayne himself was lost, believed dead, taken from Gotham by a great catastrophe, and scattered, in truth, across time itself, though no one yet knew it. And in his absence, a terrible question arose, one the whole of his strange family had to face, which was this: whether Gotham could survive without its Batman, and whether anyone else could ever take up the cowl and the cave and the long, lonely watch. This is the story of what happened when the Batman was gone, and another rose to become him. The one who took up the mantle was the first Robin, Dick Grayson, grown now into a man, the bright acrobat the Batman had rescued from that circus all those years before, who had long since become a hero in his own right, under a name of his own. He had never wanted to be the Batman. He had spent his whole life becoming someone other than his mentor, stepping out of that great dark shadow into a warmer light of his own. But now the shadow was empty, and Gotham needed its Batman, and there was no one else who could do it, no one else who understood, and so Dick Grayson did the hardest thing, and set aside his own hard-won identity, and put on the cowl of the man who had raised him. And here the story becomes genuinely moving, for Dick Grayson was a very different man from Bruce Wayne, and so he became a very different Batman, where Bruce was grim and cold and terrifying, forged out of grief and darkness. Dick was warm and light and open, forged out of a grief he had healed, and so the Batman he became was warmer too, quicker to smile, quicker to reassure, a Batman who fought with the joy of an acrobat rather than the fury of a wounded man. He proved that the cowl could be worn a different way, that the symbol was larger than any single man, that there was more than one way to be the Batman, and Gotham, to its own surprise, did not fall, but carried on, protected by a gentler guardian. And at his side, as his Robin, was the strangest partner of all, the cold and deadly little boy Damian, Bruce Wayne's own son. And here the story turns lovely, for the pairing of the warm first Robin and the cold newest one was exactly what each of them needed. Dick, who had been a grieving child rescued into the light, became for Damian the patient, warm mentor that the boy had never had, and under his gentle guidance the little killer began, at last, to thaw, to become a hero, to become a boy. The bright first Robin, now the Batman, healing the broken newest Robin, the cycle of rescue turning once more, one saved child growing up to save another, and there is a deep and quiet beauty in it, in the way the light Bruce Wayne had kindled in Dick Grayson all those years before was now passed on, through Dick, to Bruce's own son. There is a lesson in that strange interregnum, in the time when Dick Grayson wore the cowl, and it is the deep truth of the whole Batman legend, the truth of legacy, that the Batman is not really a single man at all, but an idea, a symbol, a mission that can be taken up and carried forward by others, that can outlive any one person who bears it. Bruce Wayne created the Batman, but the Batman became larger than Bruce Wayne, became a thing that Gotham needed and that others could become in his absence, a light that could be passed from hand to hand and never quite go out. And there is a great comfort in that, the comfort we touched on before, that goodness is a torch and not a candle, that it can be carried forward, that it does not end when one bearer falls. Of course, Bruce Wayne was not truly dead, only lost, flung backward through the ages by the catastrophe that had seemed to end him, and in time he found his way home, clawing his way forward through the whole of history to return at last to his own time and his own city. And there was a beautiful thing in what he found on his return, for he found that his city had not fallen, that his mission had been carried on, that his first son had worn his cowl with honor, and his true son had grown warmer and better under that son's care, that the family and the symbol he had built had held together in his absence. He had feared, perhaps, that everything depended on him alone, that without him it would all collapse, and instead he found that he had built something that could stand without him, that could carry on, that would endure. And rather than simply take back the cowl and send Dick back to his old life, Bruce Wayne did something wise and generous, choosing for a time to let there be more than one Batman, to expand the mission rather than reclaim it, understanding at last that the symbol was bigger than any one man, and that the world could hold more than a single bearer of it. The time when Dick Grayson was the Batman is remembered as one of the warmest and most hopeful chapters in the whole long saga, the proof that the darkness at the center of the legend could give way, sometimes, to light, that the grieving man's lonely war could become a shared and even a joyful mission, carried forward by a family bound not by blood alone, but by a common devotion to the good. Let the warmer Batman and his thawing Robin watch over the city now in your mind, two bright figures against the glow of Gotham, and let the comfort of that hopeful chapter settle over you. The night is nearly spent now, and only a few last soft tales remain. Let us turn next to one of the strangest and saddest of all the Batman's foes, a timid and gentle man who does terrible things, and who insists, always, that it is not he who does them, but the small wooden figure he carries in his arms. Of all the strange and broken souls in the Batman's gallery, there is perhaps none stranger or more quietly unsettling than a mild and timid little man named Arnold Wesker, who is called the ventriloquist, and whose story is a study in a mind divided so deeply against itself that half of it lives inside a puppet. It is a peculiar and haunting tale, and a gentle one to drift through as the night grows very late. Arnold Wesker is, on his own, one of the meekest and most harmless men you could imagine. Soft-spoken, nervous, gentle, entirely incapable of hurting anyone, a small and lonely figure who would seem the least likely criminal in all of Gotham. But Arnold Wesker is never quite on his own, for he carries with him always a wooden dummy, a ventriloquist's puppet carved in the shape of a snarling little gangster, and he calls this puppet Scarface, and he seems, genuinely and completely, to believe that the puppet is alive. And it is Scarface, the wooden dummy, who is the true criminal, a vicious and violent and foul-tempered gangster who plans the crimes and gives the orders and rules a criminal gang through the trembling hands and voice of the timid man who carries him. Here is the strange and sorrowful heart of it, for Arnold Wesker appears truly to believe that he is only the servant, the mouthpiece, that it is Scarface who does the evil, while he himself merely carries the puppet and lends it his voice, that the cruelty and the crime are not his but the dummy's. The gentle, frightened man has poured all of his own buried anger, all of his own hidden capacity for cruelty into the wooden figure and disowned it, so that he can go on believing himself innocent, harmless, good, while the puppet does all the terrible things that some dark part of him must secretly wish to do. His mind has split cleanly in two, the meek man and the vicious dummy, each disowning the other, and he insists to the very end that the evil was never his, that he only did what the little wooden man told him to do. It is a portrait of a mind coming apart in one of the strangest ways imaginable, of a person so unable to face their own darkness that they have carved it into a separate being and handed it a voice, and there is a deep and unsettling sadness in it, the sadness of a gentle soul at war with itself, of a lonely man whose only companion is the cruel puppet that is really the disowned half of his own heart. And there is a horror in it too, the horror of watching a person insist with total sincerity that the terrible things done by their own hands were done by something else, that they bear no responsibility, that it was the dummy all along. The Batman, who understands the mind and its fractures better than almost anyone, treats the ventriloquist with a peculiar mixture of caution and pity, for he can see that the real danger is not the timid man, but the thing he has made of his own darkness, and that the timid man is, in his way, as much a victim of Scarface as anyone, trapped in the grip of a personality he created and can no longer control. And there are stories in which the puppet is destroyed, and for a while Arnold Wesker is free, gentle and harmless once more, only to carve a new Scarface in time, or to have one thrust upon him, the dark half of him always reasserting itself, always demanding its voice, so that the poor divided man can never quite be whole, and can never quite be free. There is something in the ventriloquist's story that lingers uncomfortably, because it whispers of a truth we would rather not face, that we all carry within us things we would rather disown, darker impulses we would rather believe belong to someone else, and that the line between a whole mind and a divided one may be thinner than we like to think. Arnold Wesker is an extreme case, a mind shattered into a man and a puppet, but the mechanism of him, the disowning of our own darkness, the insistence that the bad thing was not really us, is something quietly human, and that is what makes him so unsettling and so strangely sad. But there is no darkness here that can touch you, only a story, softening now towards stillness, a poor divided man and his wooden dummy fading gently into the quiet of the deep night. Let them go, and let the strange sadness of them settle into peace, for you are whole, and safe, and warm, and there is nothing divided or troubled in the gentle drift that is carrying you now towards sleep. And before we come to the very last of our stories, let us pause, for a moment, on the quietest and kindest figure in all the Batman's long life, the one who was always there, in the background, holding everything together. Through all the long years of the Batman's war, through every villain and every tragedy and every dark night we have wandered tonight, there was one figure always present, quietly, in the background, holding everything together, and he never wore a costume or threw a punch or struck fear into anyone at all. He was only a butler, an old Englishman named Alfred Pennyworth, and he is, when you look closely, the true and quiet heart of the whole legend, and his story deserves a gentle telling before the night is done. Alfred had served the Wayne family for many years, since before Bruce was born, a proper English gentleman's gentleman, dignified and dry and impeccably capable, and when Thomas and Martha Wayne were murdered, and the little boy was left alone in that great echoing house, it was Alfred who stayed, Alfred who raised him, Alfred who became, in every way that mattered, the boy's family. He was not the boy's father, and he never tried to replace the father who had died, but he was there, steady and constant, through all the long years of the child's grief and the strange, driven man that child became, and his quiet, unwavering love was perhaps the single most important thing in Bruce Wayne's whole life, the one warmth that never went out. For it was Alfred who was there when the young man came home from his years of wandering and began his impossible war. Alfred who, unable to talk him out of it, chose instead to stand beside him, to help him, to keep his terrible secret and share his terrible burden. It is Alfred who waits up through the long nights in the cave, tracking the Batman's movements, ready with help if it is needed. It is Alfred who stitches the wounds and sets the broken bones and tends the battered body that comes home bloodied again and again before the dawn. It is Alfred who keeps the great house running, who maintains the disguise, who brings a cup of tea and a dry remark at exactly the moment they are most needed, who does 1,000 small, unglamorous things that make the whole impossible war possible. But Alfred is far more than a servant or a helper, for he is also the Batman's conscience, the one voice in all the world willing to tell him the truth, to question the war, to push back against the darkness. When the Batman drives himself too hard, it is Alfred who worries. When the Batman grows too cold, it is Alfred who reminds him of his humanity. When the Batman forgets that he is still a person and not only a mission, it is Alfred who gently, dryly, insistently reminds him. He is the one who is not afraid of the Batman, who sees always the grieving boy beneath the cowl, who loves that boy and fears for him and longs, more than anything, for him to find some measure of happiness, some rest, some life beyond the endless war. For that is Alfred's deepest wish and his deepest sorrow across all the years, that the boy he raised has given his whole self to a war that can never end, has denied himself love and rest and ordinary happiness, has poured his entire life into the grief that made him. Alfred watches it, year after year, this slow sacrifice of a life he loves to a cause that will never be finished, and he cannot stop it, cannot talk the man out of it, can only stand beside him and help him and worry over him and hope, quietly and against all the evidence, that one day the war might ease, that one day Bruce might allow himself to simply live. It is a quiet heartbreak, that hope, held faithfully for a lifetime, and it is one of the tenderest things in the whole of the Batman's story. And in a world so full of darkness and grief and madness, Alfred is a small and steady lamp that never quite goes out, a source of warmth and dry humor and unconditional love in a life that has known too little of any of them. He is the reason the great cold cave beneath the house is also, somehow, a home. He is the reason the grim and lonely man has anyone at all to come back to. He is the quiet proof that even the Batman, even that most solitary of souls, is loved, has always been loved, by someone who stayed. Without Alfred, one feels, the darkness would have taken Bruce Wayne long ago, would have hardened him into something cold and lost, and it is Alfred's steady love, more than anything, that has kept the man human through all the long and terrible years. There is a great and simple truth in Alfred, in the reminder that behind every hero, behind every grand and dramatic legend, there are the quiet people who make it possible, the ones who wait up, who tend the wounds, who keep the secrets, who love without asking anything in return, whose heroism is not the kind that makes the newspapers, but the kind that holds a broken person together through the long nights. The Batman is the legend, but Alfred is the heart, and there is no more comforting figure in all the long saga than that faithful old man in the great house, waiting patiently by the fire, ready with tea and a dry word and a lifetime of quiet, unwavering love for the grieving boy who never quite grew out of needing him. Let that gentle old man settle now by his fire, and let the warmth of him fill the great house and spill out into the quiet of your room, for there is nothing more soothing to carry down towards sleep than the thought of being loved that steadily, watched over that faithfully, held together that gently through every long night. And now, at last, we come to the final story of our long night together, the most elegiac of them all, a vision of the Batman grown old, of the twilight of the legend, and it will carry us all the way down, softly, into sleep. There is one more of the city's transformed and sorrowful souls we should meet before the night is done, one of the most fearsome to look upon and, beneath the fear, one of the most pitiable, a man named Waylon Jones, whom the world calls Killer Croc. He was born, through no fault of his own, with a rare condition that slowly turned his skin thick and scaled and green, that gave him a brute strength and a fearsome aspect, that made him, in the eyes of everyone around him, a monster from the day he drew his first breath. And the world treated him as a monster, mocked him and feared him and cast him out. And a child treated as a monster for long enough will, in the end, so often become one. He grew up unloved and unwanted, exhibited as a freak, shunned and abused, and the bitterness and the rage of it hardened in him, and the more savagely the world treated him, the more savage he became, until at last he embraced the monstrous role the world had forced upon him, retreating into the darkness beneath the city, into the sewers and the forgotten places, growing wilder and more bestial with the years, more crocodile than man. His is a story of a self-fulfilling cruelty, of a man made into a monster by being told, over and over, from his very first days, that a monster was all he could ever be. And yet, in the better and gentler tellings, there is something still human left in him, buried deep beneath the scales and the savagery, a flicker of the hurt and lonely soul he might have been had the world shown him even a little kindness. There are moments when Killer Croc surprises everyone, when he shows an unexpected gentleness, protects an innocent, remembers some scrap of his lost humanity, and in those moments you see the tragedy of him whole, the man who was never given a chance, who was cast as a monster before he could ever choose to be anything else. The Batman, who sees beneath so many masks, sometimes sees the man beneath the scales too, and treats him, in those moments, not as a beast to be put down, but as a soul that the world failed, and there is a mercy in that, which Croc has known from almost no one else. The story of Killer Croc is a hard one, a story about how cruelty makes monsters, about how a person treated as less than human for long enough may come to believe it, may become it, and about the terrible weight of a world's rejection on a soul that never asked to be born different. But there is compassion in it too, in the Batman's refusal to see even the most monstrous seeming of his foes as beyond all pity, in his stubborn insistence that there is a person there, however deeply buried, worth seeing and worth saving. And that compassion, extended even to the scaled and savage outcast in the sewers, is one of the quietly beautiful things about the Batman. The way he looks at the monsters the world has made and sees, still, the wounded people underneath. Let the lonely creature settle now into the quiet dark of his hidden places, and let the sorrow of him soften into peace, for there is no monster here, only a sad story, fading now towards stillness as the night draws on toward its close. Before we come to the very last of our tales, let us pause a while on the quiet nights, the ordinary ones, the countless thousands of nights that lie between the great stories we have told, for those unremembered nights are, in their way, the truest story of the Batman of all. For the famous tales, the clashes with the clown and the breaking of the back and the fall of Harvey Dent, are only a handful of nights out of a whole long life of them, and in between there were all the others, the quiet patrols, the small rescues, the ordinary work of watching over a sleeping city, and it is in those unremembered nights that the real heart of him lives. Picture one of them, an ordinary night in Gotham, no great villain abroad, no city-shaking scheme unfolding, only the usual small troubles of a large and troubled city. The Batman moves across the rooftops in the dark, as he has 1,000 times before, watching, listening, and below him the city sleeps, most of it unaware that he is there at all. He stops a robbery, perhaps, quietly, a frightened man with a knife who never even sees the shape that takes him down. He finds a lost and frightened child and returns them, gently, to safety. He talks a desperate soul back from the edge of a rooftop, saying little, but staying and listening until the danger passes. Small things, unrecorded, unremembered, the ordinary work of an ordinary night, and then he moves on, and the city never knows. These are the nights that make up the real substance of his life. Not the grand battles, but the endless quiet vigil, the showing up, night after night after night, for years and for decades, whether or not there is any glory in it, whether or not anyone will ever know. For most of what the Batman does is never seen and never thanked. The countless small kindnesses and quiet rescues that leave no trace. The simple fact of his presence in the dark, watching, so that the people below can sleep a little easier, whether they know he is there or not. He asks for nothing in return, no gratitude, no recognition, no reward, only the chance to keep his promise, to stand between the innocent and the night, one more time, and then one more time after that. There is a great and quiet beauty in that faithfulness, in the sheer unglamorous persistence of it. The way he goes out again every single night, tired or hurt or heartbroken, and does the work anyway, keeps the watch anyway, because he swore that he would, and because there are people down there in the dark who need him whether they know it or not. It is easy to be a hero in the grand moments, when the whole city is watching and everything hangs in the balance. It is far harder and far more admirable to be a hero in the small ones, in the 1,000 quiet nights that no one will ever remember, to keep showing up faithfully for a lifetime with no audience at all. And that is what the Batman does, and has always done, and it is perhaps the truest measure of him. And on those quiet nights there is, sometimes, a kind of peace in him, a stillness that the grand battles never allow. High on a rooftop in the small hours, with the city spread out below him, its lights glittering in the dark, its people safe in their beds, the Batman is, for a little while, simply a lone figure keeping watch over a place he loves, and there is a rightness to it, a sense of a man in the exact place he is meant to be, doing the exact thing he was made to do. The war has cost him everything, his childhood, his ease, his chance at an ordinary life, and yet in these quiet moments there is something that is almost its own reward, the deep and simple satisfaction of the watchman who keeps his post, the guardian who guards, the one who takes the long night onto himself so that others need not. For that, in the end, is what he is, beneath all the villains and the tragedies and the grand and terrible stories, simply a watchman, a keeper of the long night, a lone figure standing between the sleeping city and the dark. And there is no image more soothing to carry down into your own sleep than that one. The thought of the faithful guardian on the rooftop, tireless and watchful and kind, keeping his endless watch over the quiet city, asking nothing, wanting nothing, so that everyone below, so that you, might rest easy in the warm and gentle dark, knowing that someone is watching over the night. So let the quiet nights gather around you now, all the 1,000 unremembered vigils, the small kindnesses done in the dark and never seen, the faithful watchman on his rooftop keeping the long watch while the city sleeps. And let that be the last gift of the night before its final story, the knowledge that the watch is being kept, that you are safe, that you may let go of everything now and simply drift, held gently by the dark, while the guardian stands his post above the sleeping world. And so we come, at the very end of our long night, to the last and most elegiac of all the stories, a vision of the Batman not in his prime, but in his old age, an old man who could not stop, and of the twilight of the legend, and it is a fitting tale to carry us all the way down, gently, into sleep. It is the story of the Dark Knight's return. Imagine, now, a Gotham many years from the tales we have told, a Gotham grown older and greyer and more troubled, and imagine that in all those years the Batman has been gone. For Bruce Wayne, in this story, is an old man, retired for a decade or more, his war long since laid down, the cowl hung up, the cave gone dark. He is grey now and lined, his body a map of old injuries, an aging man rattling around the great empty house with only his memories and his ghosts and the faithful, aging Alfred for company. The world believes the Batman is finished, a legend of a vanished age, and Bruce Wayne has tried, he has genuinely tried, to be an ordinary old man, to let the war go, to find some peace at the end of his long and violent life. But he cannot. That is the heart of the story, and its sorrow, and its strange glory. For the thing that made him the Batman, that stubborn, grieving refusal to stand by while the innocent suffer, does not fade with age, does not retire when the body does, and as he watches his city decay around him, as a vicious new gang spreads terror through the streets and the old darkness rises again, the old man feels the pull of it, the old call, growing stronger and harder to resist. The bat is stirring in him again, the creature he thought he had put to rest, and he wanders the great house at night, restless, haunted, feeling the war he swore he had ended pulling at him once more. And at last he cannot bear it any longer, and one storm-lit night the old man goes down into the dust-covered cave and takes up the cowl once more, and the Batman returns, older, slower, greyer, but burning with all the old fire, an aging legend risen from his own retirement to fight one more war. It should be absurd, a man of his years in the costume of his youth, and yet it is not absurd at all. It is magnificent and terrible, for what he has lost in speed and strength, he has more than kept in will, in cunning, in the sheer overwhelming force of a lifetime's refusal to surrender. The criminals of the new Gotham, who had never known the Batman, who thought him only a story, learn very quickly that the story is real and that it has come back for them. There is a great and moving strangeness in watching the Batman fight as an old man, for every battle costs him more than it once did. Every fall is harder, every wound slower to heal, and he feels his age in every aching bone, and yet he does not stop, cannot stop, drives his old body past its limits by sheer will, running on nothing but the same stubborn fire that carried a grieving child out of an alley all those long years before. He is not the Batman of his prime. He is something perhaps even more remarkable, an old man who has every reason to rest and refuses, who has earned his peace 100 times over and will not take it, who goes back out into the night one more time and one more time after that, because that is simply who he is and who he will always be. He does not fight alone, for the story gives him one last partner, and here is a lovely and hopeful thing, for the new Robin who comes to his side is a young girl, a child who idolizes the returned legend and appoints herself his helper, and the old man, gruff and reluctant, takes her in as he took in all the others, and she brings to his grim last war the same brightness that the first Robin brought to his first, a spark of youth and hope and the future at the side of the aging knight. It is the old pattern once more, the cycle turning one final time, the grieving old warrior and the bright young child, and there is a great tenderness in it, the sense of the torch already being passed, even as the old man makes his last stand. The old darkness rises to meet him, of course, for his return calls up his oldest enemies one final time, the man of two faces stirring from his long confinement, and worst of all the grinning clown, roused from a catatonic silence by the mere news that his great enemy has come back. For the clown, it seems, was only ever truly alive when the Batman was there to give his chaos meaning. And there is a final reckoning between them, the old Batman and the ancient clown, a last terrible dance at the end of both their lives, and it is dark, and it is sorrowful, and I will not dwell on it, save to say that it brings their long and terrible story to a kind of end, and that even at the last, the old man holds to his one great rule, holds the line he has held his whole life and does not cross it, even now. But the deepest struggle of the old Batman's last war is not with any villain at all. It is with a world that no longer wants him, a world that has grown fearful of his kind, that sees in the returned legend not a hero, but a dangerous relic, a lawless old man who must be stopped. And so the story builds to a strange and mournful confrontation, in which the powers that be send against the old Batman the greatest hero of them all, a being of almost godlike might, an old friend turned reluctant enemy, sent to bring the Dark Knight to heel. And the old man, who cannot hope to match such power with his aging body, does what he has always done, prepares, schemes, plans, and meets the impossible foe, not with strength but with cunning and will, and every hard-won trick of a lifetime, determined to prove, one last time, that a mortal man with nothing but his mind and his refusal to surrender can stand against even a god. I will not tell you how that final battle ends, for it is a story worth meeting for yourself one day, and because the details do not matter now, here at the edge of sleep, what matters is the spirit of it, the image at the heart of it, the old man who would not stop, who came back one last time, who stood against the darkness and against the world and against his own failing body, and refused, to the very end, to surrender. What matters is that even in his old age, even at the twilight of the legend, the Batman was still the Batman, still the boy who made a promise in an alley, still the guardian who takes the fear onto himself so that others can rest, and that his fire did not dim with his years, but burned, if anything, brighter and more fiercely as the end drew near. And there is, in the deepest telling of it, a kind of peace at the last, for the old Batman comes, finally, to understand what we learned earlier in the night, in that dreamlike tale of his many endings, that his war does not truly end and does not need to, that the mission is larger than any one man and will be carried on, that the young girl at his side and all the others who will come after will keep the watch when he is gone. He does not defeat the darkness, for the darkness cannot be defeated, not finally, not ever. He only holds it back one more time, and then passes the long vigil on to younger hands, and finds, in that passing on, in the endurance of the thing he built, something like the peace that eluded him all his life. The old knight lays down at last, not defeated but fulfilled, his war handed on, his promise kept to the very end. The light he carried passed safely to those who will keep it burning. That is where we will leave him, the old Batman at the twilight of his long war, having fought one last time, having passed the torch, having proved that the fire never truly dies, but only moves from hand to hand down the long years. And there is no sorrow in it in the end, only a deep and quiet peace, the peace of a life given wholly to something larger than itself, the peace of a watch faithfully kept and safely handed on, the peace of an old man who can, at last, having done everything he swore to do, finally rest. And so, as he lays down his long burden, we may lay down ours as well, and let the whole long night of stories carry us, gently, all the way down into sleep. There is nothing left to watch for tonight, no signal burning in the sky, and no shadow moving quietly along the rooftops. You have wandered a long way already into the first of our stories, into the making of the man himself, and there are many more tales still waiting in the dark ahead. But there is no hurry now, and nothing you need to carry, and nothing at all you must stay awake to hear. The stories will keep. They will still be here, patient and unhurried, whenever you wish to return to them. Let it all drift over you softly now, the boy in the alley, and the scattered pearls, the great empty house on the hill, the faithful old butler waiting by the fire, the bat at the window, and the cave beneath the earth, the lone dark figure moving out across the rooftops of a sleeping city. Let the images grow dim and gentle and begin to blur at their edges, the way the world does in the last moments before sleep, until they are no longer quite pictures at all, but only a soft grey drift, warm and formless and kind. You do not have to keep watch over anything tonight. The city can look after itself for a while, and the lone figure on the rooftops asks nothing of you but that you rest. Let your breathing slow, and let it deepen, and let each breath carry you a little further down. Let the warmth of the blankets hold you. There is no case to solve tonight, and no danger to fear. No promise you must keep, but the small and gentle one you make now to yourself, simply to let go and drift and sleep. Let all the stories of the long night drift together now and grow soft and dim, the boy in the alley and the pearls scattered on the wet stones, the bright boy laughing as he flew over the rooftops, the frozen heart and the coin forever spinning, the ancient man in his mountain fortress and the thief on the moonlit roof, the owls in the walls and the son who learned at last to be a boy, the faithful old butler by his fire and the watchman on his post, and the old knight at the very end laying down his long burden in peace. Let them blur and soften and fade, one gently into the next, no longer stories now, but only a warm grey drift, like the last embers of a fire settling into ash, like the last lights going out one by one across a sleeping city, until there is nothing left at all but the quiet and the warmth and the slow, deep rhythm of your own breathing. Rest now. You have earned this quiet too. The long night belongs to the watcher on the rooftops, and he will keep it faithfully while you sleep, and there is nothing at all you need to do until morning, but lie still in the warm dark and breathe, and drift, and rest. Sleep well, and let the good and faithful dark keep watch over you until the light returns. Good night.